All right, we're unmuted. Quick recap there. We had nominations for Sherry to be our chairman of the budget committee and Brad to be our vice chairman of the budget committee. We're now going to read the budget, so I apologize for those of you online. Gilliam County fiscal year 2025-26 budget message. Submitted herein is Gilliam County's fiscal year 25-26 budget message and proposed budget for consideration by the budget committee. The budget message includes an explanation of the budget document, a brief description of proposed financial policies for the coming fiscal year and important features of the budget document, an explanation of reasons for changes from the previous year, and a description of any major changes in financial policy. The budget is prepared by funds. All funds are balanced for the requirement of Oregon Revised Statutes ORS 294.331. The general fund, identified as Fund 101, that's actually identified as Fund 01.
Yep. In our new system.
Yes, it's a major operating fund for Gilliam County and includes most county departments and offices. Specifically, the general fund includes assessor, clerk, county court, courthouse and grounds, district attorney, health department, justice court, juvenile and prevention services, planning, sheriff, treasurer, surveyor, senior and family services, corrections, and non-departmental. The budget also includes several funds whose revenue must be dedicated for specific purposes. These funds are identified with 200 and 300 number ranges and include general road, weed control, Gilliam Wheeler corrections, parks, industrial park development, grain lab, public health, special transportation, road equipment replacement, capital projects, economic enhancement, chemical waste management host fees, county fair, wind energy SIPs, Gilliam County Library, court security, law library, building codes, special projects road, assessment and taxation, and the homestead rebate endowment. Gilliam County regularly partners with other governmental agencies and outside organizations to leverage resources and provide services to our citizens. Currently, we partner with Sherman and Wheeler counties for Tri-County Veteran Services and Frontier Telnet. Other regional partnerships include the River, Sherman, and Wasco counties for regional corrections facility services with Norfolk, Sherman, Wheeler, and Jefferson counties for Frontier Regional 911, and Grant, Morrow, Umatilla, and Wheeler counties for behavioral health services through community counseling solutions. Revenues are collected from charges, federal payments, fees, including waste management host fees, grants, licenses, miscellaneous revenue, property taxes, strategic investment plan, which is our SIP agreement fees, and state of Oregon distributions. Fiscal year 25-26 total revenue expenditures are proposed at $87,872,642 compared to $94,120,602 for fiscal year 25. Property taxes are based on a permanent rate of $3.84 out of 1,000 of the 2024 estimated assessed value, totaling $1,193,727,077. Fiscal year 26 general fund revenue and expenditures are proposed at $13,952,627 compared to $9,851,570 in fiscal year 25. The increase in general fund expenditures is due to a proposed one-time purchase of $1 million offset against public employees retirement system, which is PERS liabilities. This offset is returned to Gilliam County over the next 20 years and will help keep Gilliam County's PERS rate steady for the foreseeable future. SIP fees are derived from wind energy facilities located in Gilliam County. SIP agreements are statutorily 15 years in length and offer tax exemption to companies through an Oregon state program. In exchange for tax exemption, fees are paid to Gilliam County during the term of the SIP agreements. Based on previous practices, discretionary funds have been budgeted to be expended in the year following their receipt. The Wind Energy SIPs Fund consists of discretionary funds budgeted at $500,000, competitive grants program budgeted at $3 million, community service fees budgeted at $316,000, gain share budgeted at $100,000, and previous competitive grants budgeted at $3,407,985. After the 26 budget year, 1 year remains under the Shepherd's Plat SIP agreement. Once that agreement ends, over $3 million annually will no longer be received in SIP revenue to Gilliam County. Shepherd's Plat makes up the majority of SIP revenue currently. When the Shepherd's Plat agreement ends, full property tax will be collected on the facility. The other major source of revenue for Gilliam County are the host fees from waste management. Tonnage has been stable over the last year, and fees are distributed in the budget according to the Economic Enhancement Ordinance. Fiscal year 26 is the first year budgeting the early learning sustainability line item. After amendment to the Economic Enhancement Ordinance, this line item makes up 20% of annual host fees. The tonnage fee increases annually under the Consumer Price Index provision in the host fee agreement, currently at $2.68 per ton for municipal solid waste. Personal service expenses has increased with a 3.5% cost of living adjustment for most employees. Insurance rates are projected to increase 3.4% for property and liability and 9% for employee medical benefits. There has been no change in the 10% employee pickup of insurance costs for the 26 budget. The FY26 budget includes budget narratives in an effort to better explain the budget to the general public. The budget also reflects more closely to actual expenses for salary and benefits. In conclusion, comparing the 26 fiscal year budget to the proposed 25 fiscal year budget, there is overall a decrease in revenue and expenses. This comes from more accurate estimates for both revenue and expense line items based on historic data and forecasted changes to the county SIP agreements. Gilliam County is in debt to the community volunteers who serve on the budget committee for their hard work and service to Gilliam County. All these documents are available on the county's website.
We ask questions.
Yes. General questions and comments.
As we shift off of that Shepherd's Flat SIP into property taxes, do we have any idea yet of how much of a drop will take place in revenue, and when will we know?
After Kelly's not there anymore from the assessor's office, the Department of Revenue will value the project, and so we'll have to wait until we get those values. I believe that it's valued in August of the year. So
Will there be
it looks promising for a replacement of the SIP money. However, although this is a repower on the Shepherd's Flat, the values is depreciating each year.
Yeah.
So because we don't create the values, we have to wait for those estimates from the Department of Revenue.
right?
But
And
it looks good at this point in time.
And
As
there
far as
won't be a 1 year lag between SIP and property taxes.
No, we will be able to, the next year will be property tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we getting a cut of the income off of Krebs' sheep?
Possibly not.
Probably.
Within the budget message. We'll just start going.
Oh, and then on the host fees, you're going back into negotiations on them next
Right.
year, is that correct?
It's, it has to be, it's in 25.
20, oh, it's in this year.
We've started talking, yes.
Yeah, okay. Expect any,
We're just in the beginning stages of talking. So there is a CPI built in to the host fee agreement right now.
right,
And I've done the research to determine what other entities are paying, and it's competitive, the amount they're currently paying. So we might do some adjustments to the percentage of the CPI because they don't pay 100% of the CPI. I'm trying to get that increased.
oh,
I think they pay 75% of the CPI.
and then you were mentioning something about converting on their gas production down there.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to them about that at all yet. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Anything else right off the bat? We'll just start with general fund revenues and go through, or?
And there, yeah,
Yeah.
oh, the other question finally.
Uh-huh.
No new projections for development moving forward on either wind or solar besides what we are currently.
We have a repower on Lean Juniper 2B, which is a new SIP agreement. It's a small agreement. And when you get to the SIP page, I can explain how that new project's going to look compared to the two we currently have, Shepherd's Flat and Montague. So it's a smaller project.
And
So,
no
and
more.
then solar, Oregon Trail Solar is starting and that was a previous pilot agreement. Were you involved in that? Okay, that one is going to be starting up soon. So once they break ground, there will be community service fees.
Where's that
And
one
make a
at?
lot. It's on Chocolate Flat.
Oh, is it?
What's there? So,
It's just next to the other one, isn't it?
Just
Across.
just
Yeah.
west,
Yeah.
just west of the other, across,
Oh.
across Weatherford Road.
Yeah, on the other side.
There'll be fees that go to SWCD and, or out of that
right.
Oh,
upfront.
yeah.
Again, a small project. So.
The way that these are printed, just so you guys know, to be decided. And like that, the judges just go upwards. They're printed on the long edge.
So just a general question, since we have Dewey and these other people here, do we want them first before we go through this, or does it make any difference? I just didn't know if they wanted to sit through all this, so I'm just asking.
So the first solar though was the red zone.
Right, and that one's ended.
That was
It's
over.
into tax now.
Spring year. Program efforts. We can cover their departments.
Right, so the sheriff's office is within the general fund, and so is the treasurer's office, so it'd only be the road department. We wanted to go into that.
Yeah, I just thought
Yeah.
he's here.
Sure.
I would love to.
Okay, well, good, we'll get the road department out of the way.
How far into this thing are we gonna go?
How far
here?
into?
Oh, you'll pull it up.
Okay, so we're gonna go to 200.
And pages aren't numbered, sorry, I thought about that late at night Saturday.
Oh, it's easy to find if you look for Fund 200.
Yes.
Upper left.
It's page 21 on the old budget.
On this one.
And so we did add narratives as best we could. We're
Yeah.
starting the process. It's not perfect, but we are adding the narratives this year.
Well, I see pressure here, so I must be getting
You're
close.
getting close. Keep going, a couple more pages.
I would take that.
Fund 200.
Yeah. So it should be the narrative to start, I think.
Yeah.
So you want me to read this narrative, or you guys want to read it?
Yeah, the narrative.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to have you do
Right, we'll just start with your revenues.
Okay,
I think the biggest thing for your fund is the, you're not getting that transfer from sick discretion.
Right.
It's not being proposed this year, so. Other than that, your revenues look the same, so if you wanted to speak to that one, I think that would probably be.
basically the revenues, we're hoping that we get the Brookfield check for the repaving of Ray Road. We completed that job. That's just under 1.2 million. Put that back in the budget, and then we also did the paving of Bottomiller and Weatherford. And Avangrid, they agreed to pay 300,000 towards that project. And then that pretty well fills my budget with the money we need to operate for this year, which is the project reimbursement line item. I'm starting to get a little worried about our small counties allotment and also the House Bill 2017 funds. With what's going on with ODOT right now, they're grasping at every penny they can get their hands on. And they're looking at these extra funds that the counties are getting for ways of offsetting their deficit.
So what's it look like if that doesn't come through?
If
Is that the 250,000 you're talking about?
the 250,000, that's the small counties allotment that we've gotten for over 30 years. It went from $500,000 a year down to what it is now, because there's several other counties that have their hand in the pot that are getting that. That's why they developed the House Bill 2017 fund. But again, with ODOT's budget deficit, they're looking at pulling some of that money back again.
Do you know how much he actually ended up getting last year? 'Cause it says what's adopted, but
I don't have that with me, but it's close to that, I
she
believe.
can get it.
Yeah.
It's close to 150, the year we're currently in.
Yeah, that's quite the drop.
Yeah, and then our state fund exchange, that is the federal dollars that we get from the feds to basically work on Cedar Springs, Ray Road, and Baseline. Those funds they go through the state of Oregon, and we get 80% of that. The state takes 20% for, I guess, money laundering. That's what I've called it for years. But, that's what we do a lot of our chip seal work with.
Technical term.
Yeah. Huh? Technical term.
Oh, I think it's the handling piece. So they, basically what it
Yeah.
is, the federal government gives the state the funds, they apply to that, and the state turns over 80% of it.
The money goes to the state and the bigger counties that have big crews, and they have to do, all their projects are done to federal standards. Well, our chip seal work and stuff, in order to do it to their standards, all the money would go to a consultant and an engineer, and we wouldn't do anything. So it allows basically every county on the east side of the state besides Deschutes uses the money for chip seals. So it's really a good deal for us.
The small county allotment so far has been 112,000.
And there's no indication from the federal side that they're going to cut those funds off.
Not as yet.
Yeah, not as yet.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard telling what's going to happen. You know, they're still dealing with PILT, secure roads and schools for the timber counties, stuff like that. That's all kind of up in the air right now.
Right.
So what would you,
Well, we're hearing that ODOT's they're gonna make major changes on mileage tax and licensing fees and a whole bunch of that stuff
Yeah.
next year, trying to.
Yeah, there's stuff going through the legislature right now for that, but there's a lot of pushback against it. ODOT's biggest problem is upper management. They're so fat up high that the work's not getting done on the roads.
so say all of these come together and you lose $500,000 on your budget, what are you gonna do?
We just won't do paving and chip seal work. That's basically what, you know, we can do our maintenance, but we can't do the extra work, the paving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly paving, it's pavement management.
Questions on the revenue? Next position, which is their expenditures. The only big things that pop out for me is we added in with the idea of becoming more like accurate within our personal services, we added an overtime line to several of the departments that have overtime. So that's one account line that you'll see under personal services. And then under the capital outlay, their shop improvements has a larger increase because they're hoping to do new roofing gutters.
The roof is leaking really bad on the shop. It's the second roof that was put on. The original roof was wood shingles. Hailstorm took it out. When they put the tin on after the hailstorm, it lasted well until the next hailstorm. They put tin on again. They didn't put any vapor barrier or anything down. Now the screws won't hold. We've gone up, we've added screws, we've tried to tighten screws. It leaks in about I think I counted the other day, there's 10 puddles on the floor when it was raining real hard. The plywood's rotten. Basically, I have to take the tin off, take the plywood off, resheet it. The gutters are the original gutters that were put on in 1975, 76. They're rusted through, they leak. It's due. Yeah.
Past due.
It's past due, yes. It's actually caused, the concrete on the back of the shop is starting to spall out from all the water dripping and freezing and breaking. So that's our biggest expense there is the shop improvements.
So the health insurance line item is way down. I was just wondering, did we just overshoot last year?
Yeah, so you'll see like in general that most all departments, personal services are down because I included actuals, employer actuals, whereas before they were forecasted at the highest amount for all employees, where many of the employees don't have, paying for the family.
Yeah, my understanding was the salaries previously were all at the top end of
Right.
every, and now they're the actual amounts that the
Yeah, so you
employees
won't
are
see
getting.
like that percent change on the side won't be 3.5, because last year, some of them were forecasted higher than they were actually even paid at, so now they're at their actual salaries, and so is the health insurance and the personal services, you'll see some changes there, but overall, all personal services have decreased.
And we looked at those to make sure that if somebody leaves a position, what would the replaced person be at? And a lot of these people are longtime employees that the new person would be coming in at a lower rate anyway. So we factored that in. I guess my philosophy on the budget is the taxpayer and the common man should be able to pick it up and have a good idea of what actually is occurring.
And speaking of long-term employees, are you gonna, what do we see down the road? Are you gonna see a turnover and,
Right now, I don't see the turnover in 5 years.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Right now, everybody seems happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem happy.
We created and approved a new position of assistant.
Assistant roadmaster, yes.
So do you forecast, your employees now, more?
I need,
Had your way?
I could always use more help. Yeah, I could
Reasons.
always use more help.
The only reason I was asking too is because of, we don't know what's gonna happen with ODOT.
Right. Yeah.
I think nothing's gonna happen this year, but I was just curious to see where you're at.
There'll be some good employees needing a job.
Well, I actually thought when we had our little deal this summer and had to replace an employee that I would get a couple of ODOT guys. ODOT pays more,
Oh,
and so nobody even applied.
well, if they didn't have a job, so that would be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be different, yeah,
And you would definitely need more
yes.
if we don't.
Well, if ODOT does do what they kind of talked about doing, it would have to come with, there would have to be some funds come with it. We just don't have we don't have the personnel or the equipment to do state highways.
And I wonder how that works with jurisdiction. I mean, do you think,
It would be a county deal.
okay,
It would, we really can't cross over county lines without, some type of a intergovernmental agreement type deal.
yeah.
I don't know how it would work with Wheeler County, short-staffed also, but, that would take a lot of, you're gonna have to do some pretty serious thinking about how we would manage.
Is there any idea when ODOT's gonna start making decisions on?
Legislative session. In the
Yeah.
next couple
Yeah.
months, hopefully
So
we'll
they're
know.
just waiting.
Uh-huh.
They're,
Wait
yeah,
for
yeah,
the session.
yeah, they're waiting for the session to go. There's some pretty crazy ideas floating out there. What ODOT would like to do to raise their funds, and I don't know, see.
So the only other thing in this fund that is as of significance is no transfer to the equipment replacement out of the road this year at the bottom. Public Works, which is the pressure.
The crusher is running well. We've got Brad is still managing it. We've got a couple other new young guys on there. Crusher's doing really good. When you talk to other counties, other entities around the country, the crusher's a huge benefit. We have all the material we need for all of our projects where there's counties in the valley that are paying $50 a yard for their chip rock. And we just steal our chip rock out of our road rock as we're making it. It's just kind of a byproduct. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's yeah. No real big changes for it.
New equipment?
Possibly a jaw. Our jaw crusher, we can no longer get parts for it. We've been customizing, making our own parts. They're getting really hard and very expensive to come up with.
Any idea what that would cost?
About 160,000. It's not a lot, but it's still a huge hit.
Sure.
But that's something that we don't need right now. With what we've done with this last fix, should hold us for a couple of years. That's what Brad and I are hoping for.
Yeah.
Next one of theirs is Fund 223. Take a couple.
Oh, it's yours.
I thought I silenced the ringer, but not the text part. I apologize.
223.
And
So we'll have to cover like 20 pages for several funds.
Oh, yes. That's
223.
223.
And there is quite a bit of money in this fund now. We have a grader that is causing this, the one that was upside down. Several years ago, when the grader went upside down, it was repaired. But now you'll be grading going down the road and it will just stop. Computer goes on glitch. We've had Cat look at it, Gary's looked at it. It's causing us quite an issue. So I'm looking to possibly replace it. And then a backhoe.
And so those are some of the items that if your funding gets cut, then you can hold those off for
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Move them. Yeah.
What's your estimated cost on those two pieces?
The graders, 235,000 for the grader and 92,000 for the.
I wish our farm equipment was that
Yeah, well,
realistic.
we get a very good break being a government entity,
Oh,
and then, yeah. So. And that's basic, the equipment replacement. It's just if and when.
And then the next one is nearly all the way at the back. Okay. For special projects. Which is that Cedar Springs. That's here on the.
And it is, at this time, it's 100% Cedar Springs. Waste management for the money they put in for the Cedar Springs repaving, and they have offered it to the project, for the realignment project. So that we signed a contract with Anderson Perry on Wednesday. They have actually already gone ahead and done some land survey work. So they're kind of ahead of us on that. Then, once that's done, then they'll start doing the assessment work. And then the assessment work, do the right-of-way survey, and then just basic construction staking. I don't need actual construction staking, it just,
So. you're out before you start doing it?
they're saying they should have everything ready by first part of October.
Oh,
Yeah, as long as we don't come into, they find something major. But then it's just designing the mitigation work. It's mostly gonna be on the big, dry lake. Is what they think will be the issue.
Do they know how long that'll, I mean, do they foresee how long that's gonna take to?
They thought they could get everything done by the first of October.
I'm just curious of the environmental help. Because I guess that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, and that's my only worry too, is that they find something, then it's just, figuring out the mitigation, what we can do. They didn't think there'd be a problem with doing the project. Just, if we come up against a roadblock like that,
Right.
what they have to do, or we have to do in order to work around that.
originally, when Waste Management went in, wasn't there some type of environmental issue why
They thought there was possibly a frog,
a frog,
but that,
that lived in the dry lake bed?
yeah, a seasonal frog.
Seasonal dry
Yeah.
lake bed frog.
Do
But,
we know actually how much money is in that? reserve? I know that's what we've been doing.
There was that, the 2,525,750. Yeah. And that fund continues to grow.
So there's not gonna be any significant disruption to traffic through that?
There will be none other than just as our trucks are on the road
Right,
until the project's completed. Once the project's completed, then I'll turn traffic loose to that. And then I plan to pick up the asphalt off of Cedar Springs, all the way from the first crossing, all the way to the second crossing. And then I'll reuse that, I'll pave another road with that.
right. So that's gonna be removed and
That will be removed, yes.
And you already have the rock crushed.
All the material for the project's already made.
Yeah.
And it's in that Herb Apple pit.
Yeah.
Up there, yeah.
Yeah, just discussions with waste, they're looking to probably maybe use the old Cedar Springs Road for another rail line.
They're very
So
anxious.
they don't have a problem
Yeah.
in taking the asphalt, so.
They actually want it gone, so then they've got a clean road bed that they can start laying track on.
Yeah.
Perfect. So,
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Where do you see, a bit disruptive right now, of course, from the federal side, but, where do you see 5 to 10 years out? Where are your major efforts gonna be? The same as it is now?
I would say, if we can continue to make yearly improvements to our gravel system more than anything, and then continue with our maintenance on our paved roads. Like where we're working out there in Prairie Canyon now, hopefully we widen that to 24 feet, overlay it so it's a good smooth surface.
Yeah.
We need to do the same thing to Richmond Road, at least, to the Cameron Schoolhouse. Try to fix that as best we can. And just make improvements.
No major,
And, our major project is gonna be, Cedar Springs.
right,
That's gonna take a lot of time. And then I'm gonna continue to work on Erickson Grade. That if we get Erickson Grade done, then Lone Rock Road, we really can't do much more yet, other than just maintenance. It's been improved.
yeah.
Any bridges that They're gonna need to be replaced, updated.
The bridge that we have that's on track to be replaced is the Barnett Bridge. And at the Rock Creek Schoolhouse, that one there. But it's the same thing as like with Lone Rock. I was 19 years getting the funding for Lone Rock. Just because of, there's the bridge replacement funds, but we compete against the Valley counties, which have tons of traffic, pedestrians, accidents, everything where we don't. We have seasonal farm stuff. So I'm still putting it in for replacement. We fill out all the paperwork to do all of that. I'm hoping that this next wind farm project happens. We pinch them for it. Let them pay for it. Because they cannot do that project without that bridge. There is no way they can get their components unless they fly them. Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it's pennies to their budgets.
Right.
For that.
I know the road committee came to the court, gave a report on some of the gravel roads that are needed. They're gonna need a lot more.
Right.
The other thing is, what would you like to see, or, I mean, paving more, so many miles a year, or not just continued maintenance on the existing paving, but new pavement of roads?
I would like to pave a minimum 10 miles a year. And I know people think, well, why don't you spend all your time on this road? Well, it's mostly farm to market stuff. You know, where are the big, the big projects? Where are the, a lot of that stuff. We've got Ridge Road, for example. Now, since those grain piles are put down there at Shuttler, every bit of that west side Morrill County wheat goes to Shuttler. And so Ridge Road just gets pounded.
I would imagine if Northwest Grain Growers takes over MCP, I would imagine, which kind of creates a comfort zone for us financially. I would imagine you're going to see more and more, even more than you have in the past, moving into Cedar Springs. I think Cedar Springs actually will end up being under need rather than over need, and I can see Northwest Grain Growers coming back with a proposal for an additional pile there.
Yeah,
I might be wrong.
Yeah, that's my focus right now. The crusher's crushing on baseline right now. I had them make me enough paving rock to basically pave all of that upper baseline country.
Yeah, above Rich's house.
Past Rich's all the way to the county line.
Yeah.
To be paved. That takes a huge maintenance burden off of us.
Right.
For that. So
What is that county line? Is it?
the county line's
Harvey
past
Smith?
Harvey Smith's there at that point, just past that point of time. Over the hill there. Yeah. And then the burden will fall on Morrill County to fix their portion of the road.
That's curbs.
Yeah.
Are you seeing anything on Hay Canyon with the closure, with the Hay Canyon, with the Cottonwood Canyon State Park, Hay Canyon tourists or anything going through?
We've already made improvements to Hay Canyon. That road, we fixed it so it was dangerous. It was washed out in places. We fixed all of that. I've got work planned for the Devil's Butte site. The Michael site's fine, but the Devil's Butte site, we need to do some work there. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we have a wildfire assessment meeting down there next Friday, so I'm just kind of curious.
Okay.
House for department. Thank you, Dewey.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sir, thanks, Stu. Got a lot planned, so we'll be busy.
The general fund revenue, or how do you want to do it? Okay. So the general fund 101.
Yeah, I already did.
This page, you did that? Changes, the OICC grant. That one, we narrowed the focus of the OICC expenses for Gilliam County to be childcare related, so that dropped quite significantly from prior years. But it just falls more in line with what we're actually. We have a new line item, which is the idea which we have with the Oregon Department of Forestry, which is for my response to wildfire. That's what that line item is.
Now, which one is it?
38014, right under the household deflection program. And then transfers, we've got quite some differences there due to the change in the ordinance.
So the economic enhancement ordinance, as you can see, included, it was between 17 and 20%. I believe there was a 3% that went into a law enforcement. So I think previously was 17% of the economic enhancement ordinance went into the general fund to support the general fund with, I believe, the premise that because of waste management being here, it affects your law enforcement, it affects all of the county departments, assessment, taxation, treasury. And so in 2023, the county court at the time amended the economic enhancement ordinance and took those two percentages, the 17% for the general fund and the 3% for law enforcement reserve, maybe, I think is what it was, and put that into that early learning sustainability line item. So it stresses the general fund to not have that $1 million at this point in time. However, when the Shepherd's Flat SIP agreement rolls off in 2 years, there will be more tax revenue for Gilliam County.
Right.
Well, and I think this year we have a proposed large with the PERS, the 5 million with the PERS, so if that expense hadn't been in there, surely that transfer may not be needed, that transfer from the SIP that you see, which is the new account line. Down here, the 2.4 million.
Right.
Because if that request hadn't been for the 5 million, you're bringing yourself down to 8 million at that point, which is less than what was budgeted before. So the transfer would have been much smaller, but. So right now, as Chris was saying, we're sitting in a good spot. At this time, we didn't need an additional transfer, but we'll just have to work on that as the years, as we go through the years.
And when the SIP agreements first came along, I think 2010 may have been the first year, Nathan, correct me. The first thing Gilliam County did was pay off its debt.
Right.
So this PERS liability is a liability. So I just think that's an important note to make of that use of the funds.
Any other things jumping out at you guys on the revenues? We have some of the departments have smaller grants they're receiving, but they were not receiving anymore, but you know, they're like $1,000 things for funds and restitution or 3% increase for community counseling solutions, which come directly from Kimberly Lindsay.
Right.
And the local CAC, LCHP, I can't remember what that stands for.
Community action.
Community action, we moved that to Fund 212, the Public Health Department, so that $10,000, you don't see that in the general fund revenue, but you'll be seeing that in 212 when we get to that.
So property taxes can increase by 3%. That's the cap, except for new construction. So when our revenues on property taxes, our main source of revenue. And when it only increases by 3%, but other expenses increase by more, we are, unless we have new projects, we are in the red.
Alright, and we'll start into our first department, which is the assessors, which there's nothing, no changes here. You guys will see a slight decrease in the personal services just due to us getting closer to our actuals. They're going to begin to phase out their custom printing and forms line item. No other significant changes right here. They have a big change coming in 9/9, but
Right.
that's later.
They were talking about the other day, I was there, something about a software.
That's coming up.
That's what it is.
The
Mhm.
non-departmental 9/9, we'll see that come up in the, a
Okay.
little bit later on.
That'll be the flight, right?
Next one is the clerks, county clerk. Nothing of significance here. In general, 12.5% decrease. Next one is county court, and Chris and I did make a slight change this morning, which I reprinted. Two sheets for you guys, actually. The change from what you guys have in front of you is just the removal of the economic and
Thank you. Economic development,
yeah, comm development.
employee resource officer position. So the only positions would be, county judge, commissioners, Tony Mundy, executive assistant to the county court, and then finance director. And then we put in a part-time health person that wouldn't receive benefits.
Yeah, I think it's 19 hours a week for.
So I don't even know how to say this. I was, kind of shocked when, the compensation board voted to move the county judge's salary clear to 121,000. So, I think the practice has always been before that all those were 3.5%, just like the employees. So, I listened to your narrative, but I still, we're talking about all the stuff that, you know, is going down in revenue, but yet we do the payroll at higher. So I just requested to be moved over, because I didn't request to move to a certain position. That came out of the compensation committee, so you But the
heard that.
15% increase was besides the steps.
Yeah, but the compensation board did that on their own. I just want to make it clear because
I
there
know,
was discussion.
But I'm bringing it up here now.
Yeah,
I didn't go to the meeting.
Yeah.
I watched it after the fact and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I might as well bring it up now, is the elected officials getting moved up to the highest non-elected, which I think was Tory. And me personally, the difference I see is that Tory is expected to be on call 24/7 and pack a gun on his job. So I don't think you can compare what Tory does to the elected officials that are in the building. But I'm one vote.
I had a conversation, expecting this to come up. I had a conversation with Rich Harper, who's on the compensation committee, and, on this. And if I'm not mistaken, Nathan had put together a program looking at some of this stuff. And would you be willing to take the time to kind of lay out what your thoughts
Or, well, I basically, well, I've done a bunch of scenarios, but essentially the discussion of compensation board is always just kind of centered around whether steps are appropriate or not, Expectations are from basically day one, you can do the job. We've kind of settled on this 4-step system currently. The increases are pretty steep compared to, let's say, the union contract.
The 10-year.
Yeah, so it's over 10 years and it's over 5. So they didn't really talk about steps this year so much. Most of the employees are already stepped out, except for the Justice of the Peace has become a county judge. So the union's salary schedule says that they will, if they change positions, they'll be the position they are plus a percentage. So they're not stepping backwards, they're moving forward. And the way we've dealt with that in the past is just scoot them up in the steps. So that was really the discussion Chris had. And then, you know, I said this to Wally, we talked about it briefly, but some offices have a better lobby than others. And it really comes down to just, every county's its own thing. So not every county has the same elected officials that we do in Gilliam County. So it just says in ORS that the sheriff will be compensated less than their most highly paid employee. And I'd spoken up on it and just said, it'd be nice if that, applied to all the elected officials, because we really are in management positions more or less. And I agree with Leah's agitation. We're not necessarily on call, but we do get stopped in the street and people know who we are, and I have no clue. I run into people in the street and they're like, oh, you're the treasurer, and start talking about stuff. I don't even know who these people are. But that comes to the job. So, that was just what I talked about. And the compensation committee, board, excuse me, once you get your mind wrong, it's always wrong. We had this discussion, and that's it in a nutshell. It wasn't a real big increase. I think it was 3%-ish, but it was a nice courtesy if nothing else. So.
And historically, 2019 and earlier, the pay schedules were all based off, the judge was the top of the salary schedule, and she was the base pay for everybody across the board.
And we've had,
the position was the base pay for everything, and then at last year's compensation, that's when it was proposed for the sheriff to move up the judge at that point. It kind of gone out the window based off of that.
Yeah, well over time. If you want to get in your history shift and go back a ways, we had this 100%, 95, 90. If you go back far enough, it was 90 and 100.
That's right.
But it was decided that 90% wasn't a fair compensation for the sheriff. So over, I think it had gone in steps, if I remember right. Wally, wasn't it? It went from 90 to 92 to 95 to, and I think it was paused at 95 for a while, and then it was just in 1 year, I think, increased 100. Is that right? I think that's right. And then, last year it was discussed, and it was just try to keep everybody in line with the market.
The step thing with the sheriff moving up all took place actually after Gary and I had an incident with some horses in the road. Gary and I both remember. And I went to the compensation committee while I was on the compensation committee, but my approach was that the only person in this county that actually I depend on for 24 hours a day was the sheriff. I had, and the reason I bring this up is we moved it in 2.5% steps. And I've already had a meeting with Chris on this. So there's, I am uncomfortable with moving. I was totally comfortable with what Chris requested. I was totally uncomfortable, which I mentioned to Chris, leaping as far as the compensation committee suggested. I think I have no objection with Chris ending up where this, which I also stated to Chris. I think it should be done in at least 2 steps. As we move the sheriff up.
I think that's totally fair.
I think I shouldn't be talking about politics here because this is budgets, but I think it's politically impolite to make this kind of a move, especially for the county, especially for the commissioners, with what we went through over the last 2 years in this county. To see county, our citizens who are paying this, see this kind of a jump, considering what we went through, I think it's better to be more conservative.
Sure.
And get Chris to her position at some point. I don't care whether it's 2 years or 3 years to get there. Chris probably does, but
Right,
so
yeah. I don't know if the compensation board was thinking this at all, but when there was discussion about an administrator, the administrator was, I think the wage was 140,000, but
yeah,
I'm not,
That
I don't know
would
if that
bring the
title.
compensation board up.
No, but I mean, that was was that not what was discussed? Yeah.
but we haven't. You're new, so
Yes, and I'm really new to it. I guess my take, I looked at it, like with the sheriff, like some of the comparison stuff we got inflation. I looked at it as we were trying to catch things up,
yes.
and just my short experience here, I don't think we're putting enough money where, that's my opinion, where we should be, but we're spending a lot of money on other things that I don't think we should for the taxpayers. And we're very fortunate to be in the situation we are. The SIPs are coming off. We don't know the tax rate. We're still in a good position, but I kind of looked as, the board recommendations. My research that I looked at, some of the stuff for comparison, I kind of looked at it as kind of a catch up. And I think if anything, just my experience, the county judge position is there's more now, and I see more coming. And it's a very important job, just like the sheriff. It's 24/7. You're the sheriff 24/7, holidays, no matter what. But I just kind of looked at this, the board's recommendations as trying to.
So you're okay with it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I concur with what they would.
I'd rather take 2 years than that, but that's just me, just smoothing it out there.
Yeah, I think that's a fair step in order to gradually get there rather than make a giant.
So that,
And I've, all the way through this, Chris and I've had communication.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I'm totally good with it.
I guess I just want to show here, the proposal of 3.5% increase with, just from the prior year stuff is tops 114,000. And then the new proposal is 121 at step.
But as part of this conversation, I think we have to honestly ask you the question of you've been sitting here for a period of time now. Have you been shocked by how much you have to do? And should we be asking the compensation board next year to be reviewing where the commissioners stand? Because are you actually putting in, what is it supposed to be, quarter time or third?
I totally agree with that. Absolutely, totally agree with that.
Yeah,
Because if they're doing.
I
the
know
jobs,
you
then
didn't get
should
into this
be-
because of
you
money.
should be spending a lot more
but-
time.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Wally, in my time wise, yeah, I think it's kind of what I expected. But as far as I don't know. Like I say, I didn't get into it for the money.
Right.
And
But it also, though, you should be treated
Yes.
yeah,
as a human should be treated.
Yeah.
If you're putting in 50% of the time, then either either it's required or.
Yeah.
Or.
Yeah.
So.
just educating yourself on everything that you have to make a decision on. It's very time consuming.
I will go back to the first year I was commissioner, and besides the fact, and you're going to county college right now, you know what a time,
Yeah.
that is. And on top of that, the transportation department, I mean, I went in and actually sat in the transportation department and fielded calls and took trips around town. And then when Polly had left the clinic, I went up and did the public health thing.
Yeah.
But I still only would request 3.5% on my county commissioner pay, because
Well, I think it
for
needs
the
to be-
same thing, I didn't run for county commissioner to make money. My husband and I aren't living off the county commissioner pay.
But don't you think it needs to be reassessed in the idea that a lot more hours are being spent? I know when I was there.
Yeah.
And the transportation department made changes and I went in and spent days
Yeah,
working on,
definitely should be paid for the hours that it's actually, because I think, I don't know if they just pulled the number out of the air, how,
I don't know where the number comes from.
yeah, it's
I
like,
think it's really benefits the other.
something.
I mean, I was up at the clinic so much when the public health thing, that people thought I was an employee there. So,
So more an hourly, you're thinking more hourly than salary.
well, it would
Or
be
just
nice to make
maybe
a
like
comparison of
doing
what,
6 months of track.
what time do they actually have to spend and not just go, let's give
Well, then you
them
have to think about all the committees you're serving on outside the county, and you, on the Norco board, and the Capco board, and the CREA board, and the Public Health Board. I mean, there's just, I think $30,000 or $29,000 a year is,
And it has not kept pace,
no, not in any way.
is it, for the
Not in
commissioners?
any way.
And you're gonna attract better candidates, I think, for, when these
Well, and
positions are up,
there's an
potentially make it a little more
appreciation.
attractive.
There's an appreciation point
Mhm.
too, for the time and the energy and the
Well, yeah, there's always
what
things to be
people put
delegated
in.
out.
I don't care
attract them.
who's sitting here,
or you
but
attract them for the wrong reason.
there you go.
Okay, I guess my question would be, how does this, if there's a change, do we have to go back to the compensation board, or do you guys have the know all or the say all? over it?
Theirs is just a recommendation.
That's just a
It's just
recommendation. We
You guys-
do what we want.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. Or when, and we're just a recommendation.
And to the court,
Yes.
Yeah.
absolutely.
To a point, other than you actually approved elected
Yeah, I was
officials'
gonna say
salary.
something has to be.
Yes.
they can
You
approve their
approve
own.
elected
Yeah.
officials'
Yeah.
salaries.
And the court just says, okay, that's what.
So
they-
how are we gonna do, how,
This is the, that you guys have in your.
Thanks on that.
I think if I could just keep going on.
Yes, please.
One thing that the compensation board took into consideration as well was 20 years of government.
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
That's what we're added to this.
For moving Chris up on the salaries schedule, the scale. What I have on the screen here is the proposed, what I put together, proposed 3.5% increase that doesn't have any change, though, to the elected officials.
so I propose just,
Chris just proposed a different step than step B during the compensation on this salary schedule. And then the elected officials. This is their proposal. And that's when, once that was proposed, that they did the 15% on top for the judge's position.
so then that caused an additional increase in the proposal.
So what are you two proposing then? So you'd like to see maybe the judge salary gets there,
Yeah,
but you want to see it in a 2-year, 2-step program. So what do you say, we take that and we cut it in half, the 15% increase? The 7.5% is, as opposed to the 15, and then do the new base salaries off of that? Is that your
well, actually,
proposal at this
if you
point?
take it in 2 steps, you can't take it in. We'll have to leave this to you to figure out, because your first, if you take 7.5 the first time, and then 7.5 the second time, you're working off a different base number.
Sure.
And so you would end
Yeah,
up with a different number.
Percentage, yeah.
Brooklyn, which step was Judge Pat, I mean, would it change the step she's in? Does this actually make a material change, or is this just a top of the scale change? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out from them, is if they are,
Because it might not actually change the budget. What I'm trying to get at is it may not change the budgeted amount in reality, because she's still in the middle of the steps somewhere.
Yeah,
So all it's gonna do is change the top of the scale, and this, I'm gonna be quiet.
No, please don't be
So
quiet.
I'm just trying to figure out if this is just, I mean, okay, I understand this is politics, it's not supposed to make sense, but does this logically make any difference, is my question.
Okay.
like, if she gets her increases, if they do that 15% increase, but she just
Yeah,
stays
she
in
goes
step
from step
B.
C to step B, it doesn't, she's still gonna get paid the same amount one way or the other, is my point. So all you've done is just change the top of the scale, and I mean, I see your point, but it's immaterial.
So, okay.
Because she's not, I mean, she's not, my point being, she's not stepped out, she's not at the top of the scale, so it doesn't change the top of the scale, or it doesn't change anything necessarily.
So now I'm
So now
confused, because I
you're-
thought she was at
when you
the top of
retire,
the scale.
the new sheriff goes back down to the bottom of the scale.
Yes.
And
On that.
So where is she
On
on
that
that scale?
So they put her, they gave 15% and put her at the end of the
So they
step.
gave her the step.
But it would be
all
on
the
that.
step.
Yeah,
So it would make more sense
And they
just
would-
to scale back a step,
If you,
Yeah,
if
you can scale
if
back
we
a
were
step.
gonna scale back.
you
Okay.
continue with this proposal, which is the proposal that the committee, the board put together, and she didn't get a step increase, she just stayed at step B, I think is what's Nathan's saying. Like, it'd be 107, whereas the proposal step B is 100.
But I also get their point too. 20+ years of
well, that's what, yes,
experience
that
has
brings
to
you,
count for something.
yes. And that was not taken into consideration originally. And so they,
By whom?
compensation committee.
Okay.
There was.
Yes, it was.
Was it?
That's why they
Yeah.
moved her to step E.
It's the same with the top scale, what they discussed was, well, on the scale for the administrator, the top was 140 and the bottom was 117. So like, okay, well, it seems reasonable that at least the bottom for the judge ought to be somewhat in line. So that's kind of how they came up with 121. It was,
Okay.
it wasn't illogical.
This is the proposal at the 3.5%, this is the 15.5%.
So did they recommend that she was the top still? Step? Okay.
I agree with that. She's definitely the top step because her
Well, it comes-
experience is a,
It comes back to why we always have the step discussion too, because the sheriff's office says they have 5, 6. They've got 7 steps or something. I don't know, they've got one less step than the union does, so they're stepped out after 7 years. The elected officials till a few years ago just followed union contracts, they're stepped out after 10.
Right.
I'm an extremist. I've always argued that it needs to be no steps or they need to be the same as the union. This was the kind of this is kind of the compromise, but it's pretty steep. Like, I think it's a 16% increase or something over 4 years. Or plus years. So most elected officials are 4-year terms. So when they got reelected, they get the final step with the logic of this.
It's the CPI plus 3%, plus 4%, plus 4%, plus 5%.
Yeah, and then some.
So,
I don't know.
are you guys good with the proposal with the elected officials moving up? Because that was one of the proposals from the
Two-phase.
the steps.
pay increase to the base the base level of the highest paid non-elected official was moved to. It's under sheriff. Are you good with that?
I don't know. She was.
No, okay. Let's do that.
I do want to say something about 24/7 for the justice of the peace, because I did the job. It is, you have to be available if somebody is arrested, wherever you're at. And with bail reform, that has changed. Don't know if the pendulum will swing back, but there was a point in time when I had to be back in service, no matter where I was, so that I could, because there's a window of time the person must, probable cause statement must be read and received so that that person can be held at Norfolk. And then they must be arraigned within 36 hours, that time, anyway, of a clock. So there again, you're restrained, that, has to be the judge. So yes, that position has a lot of other obligations I don't think the general public knows about.
So the one you're seeing right here for the public officials, the treasurer, the justice of peace, the assessor, and the clerk. This is the one that they recommended, correct?
And then this extra judge is the proposal. I just do that in there so you can see the. So I don't have to keep going back.
You don't have any problems with the elected officials, this new one?
No, yeah,
Okay.
I was just kind of like say their recommendations. And
It's a
it's not gonna be a
3,000.
catch up.
So where are we at?
Trying-
What do we,
we need some
what
sort of
what is
motion.
our move at this point? Because
Yes,
don't we have to make some kind of a move about what the compensation
Yes,
board is suggested and
yeah, it's already,
outside of the budget itself?
yes. And we have basically, without a vote, we have basically approved the clerk, treasurer, justice of the peace, and the assessor. None of us have a objection.
I think really,
Or the sheriff,
Oh,
or the commissioners. Is our only objection the judge? And are we objecting so much to the change in the salary? Maybe our objection goes rather than step B, step C.
so
Does that make sense?
so step C is the upper one or the lower one?
The upper one.
Yeah, okay.
And leave what the compensation board has proposed, but rather than their recommendation to put the judge at step E in order to make us feel better about how quickly we're making that adjustment. Step C, in the next budget year, we again look at the steps.
This is the one that's it's more than 3.5, though, across the board, right?
yes, this one is this, you guys have the 3.5% ones in your packet. It says proposed 25.6 elected official salary. This proposed one would be the base 3.5% with no recommendations from the compensation switcher.
So the compensation committee, coming back to the other elected officials, the compensation committee just proposed 3.5% on everyone else.
The
No,
only other person that would be 3.5 would just be the sheriff. He got his 3.5%. The clerk, treasurer, justice of the peace, assessor, commissioners, all, because the commissioners are based on like the FTE of the elected officials' salary.
Right.
So they also received that increase.
Yeah.
To be moved up to the
Yeah.
highest paid non-elected official.
and the top one is, and pardon me for being slow today. The top one, step E, is of 121,772. That came from the compensation committee.
All these numbers came from,
And what is the judge's salary today?
she's at,
90,
yeah,
something, 94,000.
94. So they were proposing jumping that up the first, this year to 104.
that was, well, no, they,
Step one, yeah.
yeah,
The
the
base
base,
salary.
I guess.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion?
We're gonna need something else.
Yeah, I wonder what the- Well, I got a
Yes,
little
yes.
lost in the process of, we jumped from looking at the budget to, yes, talking about the compensation committee
Yeah.
and whether we were gonna approve.
Which affects almost all those different funds.
Yeah, which is true, but I mean, we didn't
I think the motions that we need
dig
is,
inside this, so.
if you guys are in support of increasing the base pay of the elected officials to align with the base pay of the top paid non-elected official. So if someone wants to either make that motion in favor or in opposition, and then we can do our yeas and nays and see where we sit with that. And then from there, we'll go to the next step of the judges.
That would be the first step, when we're going to accept this.
Right, except the elected officials being moved up to the undersheriff's base pay,
Which would be, we accept their
proposal.
Well, I move we accept the compensation board presentation.
For the clerk, treasurer, those,
For everyone,
okay, for everyone.
just the way it was proposed. And then we look at steps
Gotcha.
outside of that, because that's another
So Sherry's moving to
step, correct?
approve the proposed salary schedule from the compensation board. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Motion has been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I abstain because.
We can vote. I thought they had to vote on that.
Okay. Aye.
No, we all have to vote as a budget committee.
No, on that, I thought that was okay.
Recognizing conflict, you can vote.
Conflict.
Recognizing the conflict, you guys can vote. Okay.
Okay.
So how are you voting?
Is it
Aye.
aye?
4 ayes, 5
Aye.
ayes. No oppositions, 1 nay. Okay, that portion passes. The next motion we need is the step that the judge should be put out.
I move that judge be compensated at step C in the adopted compensation.
I'll second
In a
that.
second, Brad seconds that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Nay.
1 opposition. That passes. So the motions that were made were to approve the salary proposal from the compensation board. And then the second motion was to put Judge Patna at step C of the proposed compensation board salary schedule.
Okay. And explaining the conflict. We declared a conflict, but we required to vote in order to have a vote that would pass. Okay, thank you. Good. We got through 2 big things, the road department and that. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, as you can see, the total, oh, where are we? I'll wait for Brooklyn. We'll wait a sec.
I'm required to call you Brooklyn because I haven't. I'm sorry.
You've known me long enough.
I haven't known you a very long time.
Yeah, yeah, everybody can call me whatever they want.
Well, let's limit that.
Okay, true.
So the differences in the the adopted budget and the proposed budget, you can see that there was another employee for one,
Right.
and then there was a lot higher health insurance. Part of it's circumstance. We have a single person who's working there who doesn't have, and we have, you know, somebody who just has their spouse. And then we just don't have full families that are covered in the.
Which is a big difference. I mean,
Makes
the
a huge
multi-family
difference.
They forecast like 36,000 a year, and an individual is just under 9,000 a year for insurance. So it's a
Yeah.
big,
Well, then we want to, hire
you want more single people.
So,
I think you could say.
discrimination.
Was that?
It was descriptive.
So I have a
Yeah.
I said we didn't hire
Yes,
for a single.
Yeah,
So the HR.
discourage
community
marriage.
development person, are we just kind of giving up on?
Right, we're gonna try for a part-time person, we're gonna have an easier time getting a lower level part-time person to free up some of our higher level people that already have developed these skills, so that they're doing more of the mundane tasks and try it that way.
They're
So a
filing and
part-time, no
copying.
benefit person.
Putting my checks and envelopes.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Yes.
stuff, that stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
scanning,
But you'll see
Thanks.
at the bottom, we've increased the HR consulting by 100% there due to that.
Right.
Change.
Right.
So if we do have HR issues, which we were unfortunate enough to have that in the last year.
Yeah.
Multiple, we have a good person that we can reach out to get that legal advice.
right,
Are we using CIS a lot?
Yeah, we did a lot of
Some of that
CIS.
and legal counseling.
And then just, to me, that's just a better process.
It'll be, yeah,
Better lawyer.
anyway,
Yeah.
some on that side and.
Well,
and Anya and I-
it's so hard to keep up on everything
laws.
new that.
For sure.
How are you?
That's it.
We show historical data here, but we don't have 2024, 2025
Mhm.
actual. Is there anything standing out so far?
In our actuals, that's like over budgeted this year,
Yes.
but no.
Okay.
Not anywhere within these funds that is at the top of my head.
And legal counsel, I would like to leave that where it is because, so we concluded a negotiation on a SIP agreement on the repower of Lean Juniper 2B, which was an extensive learning experience, but good information for us for a potential large SIP agreement that could be coming. And we have to have legal counsel help us with that. So
think you
I
have
don't know
legal
when,
counsel
where.
For all kinds of things.
So,
Very important.
it's not just that, it's when there's a right-of-way agreement or when there's anything, we want to make sure Gilliam County has solid legal advice. However, on the SIP agreements, we built into the last SIP agreement a substantial compensation or an amount of money for our legal fees because people ask us to do things that cost Gilliam County money and have to pay for. It's, I think, good to look and see if there's some way to be compensated.
Good. Yeah. The only other thing in that fund is we are moving the Gilliam County Engine Program expenses to. Because that's been specific to the library. Yes.
A long time ago, there was one part-time help line item, do you remember that, Nathan? That we all were supposed to share in the courthouse.
Yeah.
And so that we all use the same rate salary schedule. Do you guys, is that it?
Anybody can put part-time help in their own line item. No.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
departments have their own part.
everybody had their own, then we consolidated, and then
Right.
some departments split back off. I mean, I put a part-time line out in my budget, I don't know that I'll really use it, but
Okay. We
potential's
never
there, and
back
it
in
just,
our budget because we still have,
And you can use it in the general fund, that would be,
well, I would
Yeah.
hope that we don't have to use it.
Right.
but
right,
I
if
just
we-
thought about that when you guys were talking about the part-time help, we never put one back in our
Well-
budget because we had one central one a long time ago. We were told to use one central one.
Yeah,
And
that's
and it was
clear.
shared throughout the courthouse.
I envision it, the person we have can help everyone.
And
I mean, when
sitting
someone
our
is on
office for
vacation,
long or
they
whatever.
can, huh?
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's what
That's a vision.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else on that one?
Like substitute teachers, they're hard to find.
Right.
Grounds. Courthouse maintenance. Biggest thing here is a new sprinkler system under zone maintenance. Line item, and we moved the fire monitoring system from court security into courthouse maintenance. Other big changes.
So why was lawn maintenance from 5 to 20?
New sprinkler system, tree pruning, and new mower
Okay.
expenses. Any questions there? Okay. Attorney, no changes.
They're not here to speak, but I noticed that their grant funds went down by $30,000.
I think that Ryan was actually.
Did he talk about it in the narrative? Let's see. Maybe it was just a projection.
What was the question?
Both the funds are likely to see a substantial cut, he says in his narrative.
Ryan, can you hear us?
And those federal dollars aren't really passed through.
Okay, and there, you may not be
Okay.
seeing this.
Is that what we're asking? One full-time position is paid for by the state, one is paid primarily through grant funding, and the part-time position is Gilliam County funded. So, what we're asking legal assistance.
It's the victim advocates that's grant funded. And then the
Yeah.
police is the rest of it.
Their funding, well, I don't know if they're actually going down or just in preparation for potential loss of 30,000 in there.
Right now, we've
Okay,
been
grant
told that it
funds, so-
should be roughly about $30,000.
Questions about that? The general fund just continues to make it up as we lose grant funds, or
Right.
at some point we address it.
Federal
Mhm.
deductions, everything. Yeah, we gotta protect the money we have,
Mhm.
because some of those funds could just disappear tomorrow.
Right.
Anything else in the DA? Change there was the 3% increase. It's still a transfer that goes into the public health to. I guess Ryan is trying to talk. so-
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't know if there was a question.
Owl. It is on the owl.
Does he have to be asked to unmute?
Kelly,
I did ask Kelly.
I can't tell if the owl is alive or dead over there. Should you have a light?
The owl's dead.
Can't hear Ryan.
No.
No.
Light on
Okay,
the
so
side.
we have it the
I
light.
could
there?
hear Ryan.
You could hear Ryan?
I could hear him
Oh.
on my
Go to the
computer.
light.
In your audio.
Are you able to hear me now?
Well, that's bizarre.
Is that turned down? Is that a thing? Could that be maybe?
Ryan, do you want to say something again and see if we can hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
It's good to see it moving. Yeah.
That's interesting. Do participants have to be permitted to speak on the webinars?
Well,
That's
no, 'cause I could hear it.
Oh, no, you could.
Something to do with our equipment.
What if we unplug and just use your computer?
Brian, go ahead and say something one more time.
Can you hear me?
And it's not coming through here either. That's so bizarre. I could hear him loud and clear. On my
Yeah,
computer.
and Carrie said she could hear Ryan as
Yeah.
well, so it's coming through on the.
Go ahead and change your speaker to your laptop.
And let's see, my microphone and my speaker.
All right, Ryan, let's hear you again.
Can you hear me?
No. Oh,
There.
there we are. Yep, we got you now.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Melanie.
You're welcome.
All right.
So I think there was a question about the VOCA funds.
Yes.
Right now, it's a nationwide cut of about 30% is what we're seeing. There is legislation to try and rectify that at the federal level. I don't know if that's going to pass. It did not pass last year, which would have prevented this budget shortfall, which required budget cuts or grant cuts in general. I did speak to Senator Merkley's office about the potential for the budget fix, the VOCA fix. That is something that he said he was focused on, was interested in. But given the general budget cuts federally, it wasn't clear whether or not that would pass again this year. As of right now, we do have the $15,000 emergency fund that we have. That has not been touched for the last couple of years. So that would help backfill some of the cost associated with losing the VOCA funds. And then, of course, if we do need to add additional funding for April Amit's position, we would, of course, ask, but we would not anticipate that would be a significant amount of money. Probably somewhere around the tune of, I believe, about $10,000 is what we'd be looking at. And we have been under budget, I believe, every year, pretty much across the board, with exception of personnel costs.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
You guys have any other questions regarding that, or I covered that pretty well? All right,
No, we're good. Thank you, Ryan.
thank you, Ryan.
If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Perfect. 06, which is the health department. No big changes as we talked about in the revenue, that 3% increase from Kimberly Lindsay for the community counseling solutions, which is just that pass through that goes to them, and then the transfer to balance the public health fund. Anything with the health
And
department fund?
that transfer from 212 came from prior public health funds, which we have a cash carry before, right? Not the general fund. Yeah. I think that's right.
And what is deflection program? What is that?
The Deflection program was a legislative program for, and our sheriff's here, he can explain more about it too, but it was regarding drug charges, so that those who've been charged with drug charges can get help for a reduced sentence.
Okay.
So it was a statewide program that Gilliam County decided to participate in. Anything else to add, Sheriff, on the deflection program? Just a
I just
general,
asked you what it was.
Oh, well, it's what the state came up with, because of government. It's back as a crime. And so each county has set up a deflection program to get some dollars, upfront dollars. We're running ours through community counseling solutions. But it was to get mental health and law enforcement, everybody together, working together on that. Gilliam County situation is we have very, very few people, but this would be a great program for those locals that we do have. I think it's a great program. It's just,
we
as
did
long
some,
as we don't have to understand how the area people involved.
something similar in Justice Court before deflection was, it was District Attorney then Marion Weatherford, for a person who had, minimal record or somebody who had the opportunity for reform, on a criminal charge. We could create a, order withholding adjudication. So for 6 months to a year, there were conditions of conduct, like treatment, maybe AA, things like that. Proof of employment, that sort of thing. And then at the end of the period, the charge could be, if they were successful, would either be reduced or dismissed based on the circumstances. So kind of a similar structure. Mhm.
Mr. Hammer, did you have something on the 212 transfer? You had a funnier,
Oh, yeah.
funnier than usual. We're going
Funnier
to.
than usual, well, I was gonna say something, no, it's just, it gets transferred out to 212 balance for fund. And there's,
Okay.
and originally, Chris, Judge Patton had said, it comes in, well, it only came in one time, so there's no revenue.
Mhm.
That's kind of like Gilliam County's, contribution, I guess, to balance. That whole program is interesting, and Leah can speak to this too,
Yeah.
but basically that's mostly grant funds. As it comes in, if they don't spend it, they claw it back like a year later. So those,
And when we get to 212, we'll also see that we, because Nathan helped me a lot with the budget, thank you, Nathan. That we kind of increased that a little bit because she came in and did her presentation at the last county court meeting and then spoke to the federal funding assistance issues that are happening. So we just kind of already put with that in our minds that if those funds were to be covered, and we wanted to be sure that the grant was large enough to cover it.
right,
So when we get to 212.
Okay.
It's that.
yeah, that, I think that fund's difficult to budget.
So yeah, it's the biggest, there's a lot of lines in there when we get there.
It's terrible. I like that. Oh, whoops.
Leah loved it. It was so much fun.
Anything else for? Oh, we'll move to Justice Court.
So, a lot of order.
No, nothing major here. You'll see the replacement parts of the every other year expense, so that's being budgeted this year, whereas it wasn't last year.
Which one are you on now?
07 Justice Court. And, judging there is on, if you have any questions for her.
I don't have any questions for her. Does anyone else have just court questions? I'm gonna go back to work.
You just did.
Back to work, Gary.
Next one will be juvenile 09. I think the biggest thing in this one is, the prevention services assistant, that position, we've now moved into, well, we're hoping to do an IGA with public health. Because they're looking to do a part-time position there, and if they were to need that funding, we would go into an IGA with them at that time.
That would be to provide some funding for kids' potential after-school programs, some programs, so that we have some wraparound here.
The other things, restitution is circuit court now, so there's no more budgeted in restitution. And then counseling and legal services, that's also half because portion of that goes to circuit court now.
So I have a question, go back over, so this prevention service assistant, does it look like, was there in 22 or 23 also?
Yeah, I think they hired somebody in 23, she was here for just a little bit, and then when Sabrina's position was reworked, part of those duties went to Sabrina's position. So now it hasn't really been filled at all.
Yeah, it hasn't been
They've
filled.
continued to budget for it, I'm assuming just in case something was needed of it, but now we're leaving that.
So is that explain some of the juvenile director salary increase? We went from 2023 to 65 to,
Because she was a
She
supervisor.
moved the
Supervisor.
same type of thing, she moved to, into that. So it's a management position.
okay.
Oh, supervising.
I don't really know how that works, but that's.
That will be at our level, we'll bring a recommendation.
Anything else in there? Perfect, and then move on to land. Racing planning, sorry, I have a process here, I have to, my brain doesn't work. Last year they didn't adopt any sort of personal services because we moved into the IGA with the city of Boardman. So really that this fund was pretty minimal except for that IGA at the bottom. For planning services with the city of Boardman.
We were combining with Weaver a little bit too, weren't we, for a
Just
while?
having-
Was that temporary?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was doing that for us until we got the IGA finalized.
And now he's a county commissioner, so he's not their planner either. So that would have been a possible nice configuration to maybe share somebody. Oh, but this one seems to be working. We're, working some bugs out, but
I don't think he was comfortable with the waste management and some of that planning that was, yeah. I mean, I think Boardman is more in line with what we do in Morrow County compared to Gilliam County and stuff. Yeah. That was the other reason.
So this is working out all right, eh?
we have a talks on the phone about every 2 months, she comes to county court, gives a report, working with waste management on a CPU right now. So yes. There's some things that we probably need to refine for next year, how often she's here, those types of things. But I think maybe you have had some people come in. I haven't had anyone come in looking for the planner. A lot of things are done virtually in this model.
Yeah, I've only had 2 people come in. They never came back, so.
Is there any dramatic change taking place within planning right now? Like increasing the size of the Arlington's?
Urban growth boundary, nothing like that has been proposed.
All right, the next one is 112, the sheriff's department. Sheriff, if you want to come up and- Someone in this portion.
Thank Brad, Wally, and Sherry for this important job.
Just wondering what kind of weird question I'm going to ask this year.
I don't know. My first request, however, though, is county documents show the sheriff's office as sheriff's office rather than department.
Where does it say department? I found it,
Oh.
I found it at the top of the map.
I didn't do the narrative.
Just kidding.
I can't throw you under the bus.
Okay.
An office is not elected. Sorry, office is elected. A department is
They
appointed.
spelled a little.
Yeah.
What's it called? Sheriff's what?
Office.
Office?
It's like the clerk's office, assessor's office, DA's office,
Okay.
judge's office,
Oh, okay.
county court office. But it seems like every time we get to sheriff, it's sheriff's department.
Oh,
I like to be an elected official too.
Police department.
Yeah,
Yes,
after hours, you can say office,
yeah, yeah,
you've reached.
yes, yeah. I
know, that's,
Thank you.
okay, good. That's fair.
I changed my papers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Never forget it.
Goes away when they give you a new one.
Well, yeah, with the patient.
This is my 20th year coming before the budget committee, and every year I really don't have anything to point out or much to say, but I like to be here and available if there are any questions or concerns or anything that I can answer for you. I do like the idea. I don't like writing it, but I do like the idea of the budget narrative. Thanks, Walt.
I think that would be helpful for the budget committee.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Oh, it is
It
very, yeah,
That's been great.
extremely.
So anyway, I think I put everything in there, so basically, you have questions on what's in the narrative or anything you see within the sheriff's office budget.
And I don't have many. I think the return to the K-9 program is one that wasn't budgeted before, that's being budgeted now, and then they're beginning to phase out of the Arlington office lease
Oh, yeah.
since we.
Yeah, and I've gone back and forth. So last year we put in the ARO, we call it the Arlington office lease amount in there, because it was my understanding you have to show that transfer of funds, because we are paying $2,000 a month. But that's just basically because the county spent the money to refurbish that building. We're not paying North Fire District anything, but the agreement is $2,000 a month, so.
Is there a schedule for that, like after so long?
Yeah, it's in the lease to be revisited after 10 years, which I go there tonight to, the only amendment to the lease is the actual amount of the cost of the office.
I need a tour.
At any time.
It's nice, I got it.
I think budget or county court is this Wednesday, so
Oh.
I'll be happy to.
He said he'd give us a tour on Wednesday.
Wednesday?
accommodate that. Sure.
Budget, county court.
County court's at 10. Oh.
Yeah.
I can be there.
I liked, watching how Gary did this was quick. He took an existing building and he renovated it for a lot, with public funds, for a lot cheaper than if there were new construction, and he did a lot of the work, a lot of the getting this finished quickly himself. And he got his own advice, his own legal advice, and I appreciated how you did it and what you ended up with. And the partnership between another district as well.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, what would, I mean, to build some, I mean,
Well, I don't remember how many years that building had been sitting vacant, but it was,
but to build a new one,
Where I
or
don't
whatever.
know.
Oh, sure.
$750,000
Yeah,
to do the repair, so
Mhm.
I did own the building.
yeah, I don't remember. We had a design of a new building. I can't remember the cost, estimated cost. It was a lot. So, yeah, it worked out great, but I mean, I didn't actually do it by myself, but I had a lot of help and a good contractor and a good designer, so. I'm good.
So are we good, I guess, with the way that we are? Essentially, it was set up to have a transfer, I believe, right, from into the capital projects at 24,000, and they were showing that as a payment to us, but our mindset is that's general government dollars.
It's general.
You're literally just showing a line item, you're just moving,
Just a line
you're
item.
just circling money at that
Right.
point, whereas now we just
Makes
have
no
that agreement, the lease with the Arlington that shows you're getting $24,000 off every for the next 10 years.
Yeah, it'd be like if we replaced the windows in this building, we wouldn't expect maintenance to replace the capital projects line item. No. That's,
Well, it makes my budget look a lot better because I can take $24,000 out. So, yeah, I'm not complaining. I just,
unless we find a reason, that there is a real reason.
No, you're
We're
gonna
gonna
make it.
we're gonna leave it as is right now, so.
we are adding a drone. 20 years, well, I guess 17 years to figure out how to retain people. And that is to, kind of
cater to their interests in law enforcement. So we had a guy that, loved SWAT, loves tactical stuff. Had another deputy that really is into investigations and, child abuse, assault type stuff. And we have another deputy that is all about drones. So to me, programs like this are cheaper than hiring and training, because you're a full 12 months training someone, getting them in the job. But this also benefits the county, and we have a person that is knowledgeable and tactical. We have a person that can do high-end, investigation work. And then it's a lot less people to deploy on our search and rescue if we have a drone or tracking somebody. So in the end, I think it works out much better, and plus we keep good quality people, so. What's that?
I was looking for drone.
Where is your drone?
It's under police equipment.
Oh, please.
We were wondering if a drone was considered a vehicle or not, but we just put it under police equipment. So,
You're not transporting anybody.
no,
But you didn't increase that over last year, so you're good with that.
yeah,
That'll cover you.
yeah, we have the bids and everything.
Okay. And
Um,
that's all you purchase out of that?
no,
Oh, that means you put it for you then, huh?
Yeah, what's your favorite?
Yeah.
14.5, I think, was our highest one, but we had some up to 30. But,
Got it.
and then two, I put in my narrative, but the road department needs to map out their rock quarries and like the, roads for slope and, I don't understand all that, but, so knowing that that's something that they needed, found out from Dewey what it was, and really our drone is gonna have the same equipment they need. We just, not the software to do the mapping. So they'll purchase the mapping and we'll fly the drone. So,
Actually, this county is very up to date on droning. It includes SWCP
Mhm.
and others. It's-
Yep.
it is.
It's pretty amazing. I'd like a comment on,
Is this Wally's weird question
You know, you could probably expect enough.
or unexpected question?
no, yes, the expected question, cameras, in-place cameras. You mentioned it in here.
They are just cell cameras, right now, so we have to pay a monthly fee to, so when we get something on a camera, we can see it on our phone.
Yeah.
Type thing. They don't work down at Cottonwood. We haven't found a good solution down there yet, but the cameras that we're proposing now are LPR, so license plate reader cameras, so even our cameras we currently have, it's rare that you ever get a license plate number. We can get a make and model of a vehicle, basically, but it's blurred and sometimes color isn't distinguishable. So we look for, oddities on the vehicle and then check the, like, street cameras in Arlington or something to get a better identification. But this way we'll have the vehicle. May not have the owner, but we'll actually have the vehicle and can trace the vehicle.
Some of us are putting cameras of our own on entries into property.
That's a lot.
It is, and since 2007
Off your telephone.
or 8,
Yeah.
I have been pushing cameras, like county project, like the library, gun range, stuff like that. I'm really pushing hard for cameras. We resolved a lot of issues at the gun range, just buy those cameras and a few here from the library cameras. And, Arlington was always against it because they thought we were gonna be sitting there watching to see who in the liquor store and bought a bottle.
Well, I gotta think of a couple of Arlington people that, go ahead.
Well, it's just not something, we're not monitoring, right? It's
No.
in the event something happens,
Yeah.
we can go back and do that detective work and, just garner evidence from potential crimes or witnesses or. The LPRs will help us detect, a known
guess, person that's there to commit some kind of, we'll know that before, hopefully before, but we'll know somebody's in the area that way.
So how many of those cameras are you trying to get though?
You know, I think the mobile ones are about $10,000 per car. And the stationary ones are about 6,000. So we'll do one of each this year and see how that works out before we dive in and equip everything.
Well, we need a location. We know a place.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But most of our roads, known, incoming from Morrow and Umatilla County is Ray Road and Baseline Road. They rarely come off the interstate.
Okay.
So that's how they get into Gilliam County.
So police car, is that one car with all the equipment in it, or is that two cars, or how do you?
Yes. So we're gonna purchase a F-150 pickup, pursuit rated pickup this year for our tactical guy, because that is a lot of equipment.
Yeah, I didn't know if the equipment that's inside comes out of the upper line item, police. Or-
No, the police car purchase line item would be fully equipped. Vehicle plus all the equipment, and we'll transfer lots of the equipment, but the cage and then the bed of this would have canopy with the roll out and storage components on the side type stuff. So it's kind of a specialized vehicle in a way. Yes. Most everything else now that we're kind of to one manufacturer, although this is a Ford and we have Dodges, we can transfer that equipment now to reduce costs, but up till now, we haven't had a manufacturer that was consistent, so.
It was 55 for just the vehicle and then about 55 for the credit.
Yeah, that's about right.
I think there's been a lot of support, good investment in law enforcement, because law enforcement is part of infrastructure, I believe. Because if you don't have the foundation, things can go awry very fast. We don't have, knock on wood, those types of problems right now. We have a lot more going on. It's good to have the infrastructure now, so that we don't have to build it after the project comes along in the north end. That's how I see it. But at the same time, it's an expensive program.
It
So
is.
when you look at our taxes, we're only bringing in 4 point whatever million, but this one, I mean, that's half of our property taxes.
Yeah,
So, which will be, again, have less stress on the general fund when that big project rolls into taxes.
yeah. And speaking of the big projects, we try to get with the managers of those projects from the get-go to, let them know that we're not their private security people, and we'd rather be proactive than reactive. So the more you can do to protect your site, the better off everybody is. A lot of these big corporations, I mean, having $10,000 worth of tools stolen is nothing to them.
Yeah,
But it still takes the same amount of time for us to investigate it.
yeah.
Any other questions? Any other comments?
No, I was gonna ask about the PERS, but it's probably the same question or answer from before. It's just the way it worked out.
There is one thing on here with the county budgeting the actual salary. So there is within this year a possibility, not saying it's gonna happen, of one of our staff, our team members leaving, and potentially that replacement would be somebody with a lot more experience that would be more money, be probably come in at a higher step. And that was not gonna, I don't think that'll affect the budget negatively, but.
Well, remember, we budget on total appropriations, so it's a total bottom line.
Right.
Even if something were to happen in your materials and services, right?
pretty stable workforce?
Yeah, yeah, we've been fully staffed for 3 years now, which
Yeah.
is something, you know, up until 3 years ago, we always had an open position
Right.
for years. Well, when these last 3 hires came, we had 3 open positions, so,
Yeah.
yeah. And again, I mean, it took me a long time to figure out how to retain them,
But you do now.
well, hopefully. We'll see. You never know. Lives change and dynamics, so.
Sheriff Report.
So I would like to propose a 5-minute break.
Yes. Great,
Thanks, Gary.
great idea.
Thank you.
Got any, the Amazon deal with whatever comes around, is that gonna impact you guys much? More people want.
I don't think it'll be any different than any other construction project, you
Probably
know?
was like what you just mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, they're all about security, but the construction companies not so much. Right, they have their Connex boxes and stuff, but they don't necessarily lock them. Or, as we know at the wind farms, they just cut the locks. They got a portable grinder or whatever
Right.
and go right in anyway, so, you know, it's nice if they have security there.
Yeah.
Or cameras at a minimum.
Yeah, an actual presence.
Yeah, that's why I always thought all the windmill companies, you know, they're all up on hills. And I mean, at, you know, 9 o'clock to 5 AM,
Yeah,
you know, if you see headlights out there, there's something going on.
right.
It's just one person, they'd all go there and just hire one person to be out there.
I'm always worried someone's gonna steal my tools. Why would they come steal my tools? Go next door.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Better stop. Right.
And they do.
He's got better tools. Put a sign out front. He has better tools with his arrow.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, they, like the construction going on at Waste Management, you know, the only issue we really have there is traffic. Is, on some Rattlesnake Road,
Yeah,
a lot of complaints.
is that right?
Yeah, and so you go sit out there, you know, and it's just your presence, you know,
Do you have a camera, on Rattlesnake Road at any point?
quite possible, yes.
Quite
No, we
possible.
don't. Yeah,
I thought one of the bottom of Blaylock catch people pulling out on their.
Oh, I know.
That's
I know, isn't it?
What's wrong with people?
I don't know.
It's just, Sue wanted to, we were down,
That's one of the things I miss. When you have the crew that would come to Waste Management, they'd stop.
Yeah.
They look good.
Yeah.
We could probably get that program going again, but, the waste management attorneys
Yeah.
brought up the fact that we can't compete against private industry. And waste management is a private, is that how that went?
It was
Waste
something.
management is private and we can't use,
right.
as a government entity, we can't compete. So,
Right.
but when that ended,
So they bring, you know, workers like homeless, they
Yes.
get out of the direction.
Yeah.
See, before when it came on.
Right.
Right.
well, I don't know if waste management encourages that crew, well, we don't have that much garbage today, so go, you know, where I would do that because it's all private, you know, and waste management's paying. You know, we just had to be on site to collect that. Right, so we would charge them for the day, like how many inmates we had. And if they didn't have garbage, they're fully paid as part of the contract, so then we go do that or this other outfit, that's the case for me. But in, just before the pandemic hit, I was working for state parks. We had an agreement in place with state parks, and I was negotiating a contract with them.
Yeah,
And then we couldn't take them out.
yeah, and then their budget's tight, so they're not.
Right.
Well, not to get wandered out in the weeds. What's wrong? Create some budget shortfall for them, so I don't know how they care that. That's what state legislature.
Well, you know, I mean, everybody's good, that's. Seems like they're negatively impacted by cutting federal government back, right? But ODOT has so much that in it that if they reduce that. Sure. So that might be, you know, getting it from the other end. So, I mean.
You know, my biggest thing is I got a new pickup.
Yeah.
You beat, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right in 2012.
Yeah.
It's only 13 years old. That's old.
150,000 miles, I'm good for a while.
You know, we've gone, or I've looked more at problem vehicles than I do mileage.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get it like that Caprice I had, I mean, I just got rid of it last year.
Yeah. This is
2000.
watch it.
That run over 200,000 miles on that. 200,000 miles.
Totally agree.
I was trying to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I tried both of them out.
yeah, I hope that don't happen. We've told them to.
Sue and I were, out at Uncle Bob's looking at Tweet last year, and Sue said, I want to see where Matt Campbell is. Going down the old. So we drive down there, pull into the driveway and headed back towards the duplex. And my phone rings. And Matt says, hey, while you're down there,
Yeah.
That's when I.
Yeah.
I know, and then you get water
There's a
all
lot of
over
people
you.
going to that. We've,
That's why
I don't know,
like
I've
him and
been pushing cameras for years.
there, I don't know why anybody
Hand doesn't always.
stands
grip
against
tight.
it. It's cheap drones, putting people in,
Oh, yeah.
out, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
especially if you get
They're
into
like plastic, little plastic.
along the river. Or that
Tiger.
one we had out there at.
Shocks in the town
The
is-
woman that
They maybe, you know,
Ended up-
slide onto your
Oh,
jar.
yeah.
3 or 4 years.
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
I can't make work, so.
Yeah, well, the one I remember
Like this.
had a 17-year-old
Still
kid
loses.
So lets
stolen
its pressure off.
a vehicle in Idaho. Went down to California, got into some drug deal, came back and stopped at Paisley, stole 2 motorcycles, license plates, and guns.
Jeez.
And then wrecked it. And so, who was it?
When I quit dreaming
Was it you?
about.
that gave us a ride down to the interstate?
No.
Danny Newell. Danny Newell.
It's been 7
Yeah,
minutes
gave me a
now.
ride down to
Okay,
the interstate.
call back to order.
I called, between the time I called and Danny picked him up, he took his gun and shot at my ID.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was dark. All that speed pressure was there. And he had a gun.
Yeah.
And,
Okay, everyone's ready, we'll come back to
Okay.
the session.
was it?
Thanks, Gary.
One stuff I should, Norfolk next.
Norfolk, we do Norfolk.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, that's kind of Commissioner Wilkins.
Or is it 1-6, sorry, or, no, sorry.
it's corrections department.
Yeah,
So we're not.
Yeah, sorry, we cannot do that.
What's the number on that?
It is 17.
Okay.
And so we received a letter from Norfolk since we prepared the budget. I spoke with their admin person, finance director, and she told me to budget 6%, 5%. And so we upped it a little bit more and then received a letter after we prepared the budget that they're proposing a 10% increase for all of the counties.
What does Hood River think of that?
I haven't heard, there's a meeting Thursday.
So
What did they say? And Gary River does not like.
They're hollering, I'm sure.
Well, I talked to Judge Patino, Commissioner Wilkins both. I'm against what they're doing, but I only have a say in the adult side. So not the juvenile side. I just think they're wasting a lot of funds towards juvenile incarceration that does not benefit any of our communities, and all of, I should say, 95% probably. Well, so Hood River is the only one that utilizes it out of the four counties. If we had some juvenile that did something really, really bad, yeah, we would house there, as any of the counties would. But I just think so they're housing juveniles there from outside our communities, and the $61,000, add 4% to that, that Gilliam County pays, we get no benefit. That's just my opinion.
Right.
This is the,
So how are we housing juveniles from outside the county?
Contracted.
Not being, are we being paid?
yeah,
Yeah,
They're paying for that.
yeah, but I think cost versus benefit,
Right.
when that money is really needed, to maintain our facilities. Our facilities are,
And I think just my short time, I don't know if they're gonna be able to they're doing business the way that they are. I don't know. I guess my gut feeling is I'm shocked that this is not a taxing district. Because like you say, how long has it been since they've really put any money towards the building? And I mean, they're talking not a couple of years, they're talking 5, 10.
no, yeah.
And, you know, so we have this shell and it's survival mode every year and which everybody is, but that is something that we have to have. I mean, and I know here last fall, they were leaning towards trying to do tax, get it out there to vote. The river just passed, what was it, a safe or
It was a public safety
public safety,
levy.
yeah. But, and then I don't think anything's ever passed in Wasco County, when they tried to do it.
Now the college got a levy, but
And yeah, I don't know, we're gonna be coming around a corner that's gonna be real critical, I think, down the road here. Just because of the building and the structure and
So there's just a significant issue building up over time.
they have not been able to maintain, do a lot of maintenance upkeep.
we were unable to get in the facility for 2 weeks because the door openers failed. Computer systems are old system. Radios, so they still have 10 of our radios or 7 or 8 of our radios on loan because they can't buy radios.
So basically, the counties that are in charge of this, running this, owning this, if you will, are not honoring their responsibility of what the true cost.
We're getting to a point of, yeah, something's gonna happen.
And it's gonna be $10 million to fix it up.
I have no idea what that's gonna be,
I don't
but
have any-
the roof, you know, it was completed in 1999 and it's still got the same roof on it. And, you know, we have dryers and washers, air conditioning units go out and, you know, all that stuff's gotta be covered.
I don't know, it's just kind of one of those things, if there's so much going on at the federal level, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a big, contract competitiveness going on right now, so we lost our Benton County contract to Clatsop County, who has a brand new jail. They got beds to spare, so, you know, they're offering pretty good deals.
Right.
Heads and beds is the theme now, at cost is okay with them as long as they're.
Because you've already got the cost tied in, you've already spent the money.
Yeah. Yeah, in Clatsop County's case, yeah, and then the marshals are still pretty consistent, but.
Yeah.
Of course, we lost the ICE contracts due to Oregon becoming a sanctuary state, so. Which I always said they're gonna be housed somewhere. Not here, so.
But yeah, I know. Concerned about where we're going with that, but, yeah, I don't know, this is another year we're kind of getting through, but.
Yeah. And the staff, I will say the staff is severely underpaid. But there's such great staff and they just every year, just, you know, they don't get hard on the union negotiations. It's wonderful staff. They do a great job.
So are you saying that needs to be 10% or it might?
Well,
But
they're
they're
requesting
proposing-
10
Oh,
now.
okay, oh, sorry, I
It
didn't.
wouldn't hurt to put it in and then see what it is.
Well, it'd be better to have it in there than have it what their real thing they're asking is rather than.
From a use standpoint, what's our percentage of use of overall use?
5%.
Is that small?
Yeah, Gilliam and Sherman are both 5%. Wasco County is 50%, Hood River's 40%.
Um, So the big banger, are the people that really have got to cough up money, Hood River.
Yep.
Wasco.
But Hood River,
River
like you
doesn't
said,
like it.
passed a public safety levy, so, you know, they got a little relief there. But then to go back and ask now for another levy for the jails, they're not willing. They're thinking that will fail miserably. So,
Another big train coming around the corner.
Perfect, okay, the proposal with the 10% is on the screen now, since we received this after you guys received your packets. That's what that change looks like up there.
Yeah, 295.60.
All right. Are you here for the share board as well, Jerry?
Chris is,
Chris is?
I'm just supporting.
Wait a minute. She just said you were.
She's the chair.
He's the vice chair. No,
No, I'm not. Okay. So Chris did do the budget narrative.
Wait,
You sure you
okay,
know
all right,
it?
we're
Yeah,
going
are we moving to the fair?
234.
234. All right.
we think we get to spend our $1 million finally.
Yay.
He is on there too.
1.2.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Yeah,
After you've read the narrative. Yeah, we, Greg Smith went to bat, I can't remember, God, it's been at least 2 years ago, and got, a bunch of money for different fairs, on the east side of the state, and lo and behold, he got us $1 million. And so, we decided we're going to build an event center up there, and it's taken us almost 2 years. The RFPs finally went out, last week, 2 weeks ago, I think, in the paper. And then we also applied for, through the lottery funds, $277,000 grant on top of it. So we actually have about 1.3 to spend on the event center. So we're waiting for the bids to come back. I think there's a mandatory walkthrough this week with the contractors for the event center. We're waiting for those bids to come back to see where we're at on that. And then, when we were going through this whole process with Jeff, we were hoping that we maybe have enough money left over to also put in a new office at the time. And Jeff so he did the diagram for the event center, and he did a diagram for a design for a new office, because our office is old. It's been there for years. And when I went on the board 20-some years ago, there was no working water other than the bathroom. The pipes had already been frozen. They never fixed it. So the kitchen doesn't work. There was no working central heat. There's a miniature in the corner and not really any working AC. And the office is not ADA compliant. So if we do any remodeling to the building, then we have to become ADA compliant. So with that being said, this winter, the roof started leaking, and we had a contractor look at it, and it is sagging in numerous places, and is, yeah, very, very old, and the whole office needs to be replaced. So with that being said, Chris said, hey, since Gary did such a good job at the ARO in Arlington, how about we have him be a project manager and see what he can do for the replacement of the office? So, because we weren't liking the numbers that Jeff was throwing out at us with a stick built, so we decided maybe we'd go and see what we could do about a modular coming in. So Gary made contacts with some vendors for modular, and I'll let him talk about that.
So I contacted three modern building systems, Pacific Mobile Structures and Will Scott. We've got two back, the other one did not respond, and they are $100,000 difference in the two bids. However, I found out what that's about. The board likes Pacific Mobile Structures, which was the $100,000 cheaper bid, but we found out there's vast differences in quality. That's why there's such a difference. So we're waiting for a new bid from Pacific Mobile Structures with some upgrades. And not major upgrades, just things that'll last us a little longer and work better for us. But we just met with them last Wednesday, so I don't have an upgraded bid, but theirs was at $392,490. So we expect it to come up to somewhere around 450,000, probably, which includes foundation, setting the building, all that stuff. We're responsible for the dirt work and hooking the utilities up. And then we'll have to be ADA compliant. So there's going to be some site costs that we don't have. But with the event center coming in, the electrical system will be upgraded as well as the water system. And
So will you take the existing off the south end and put it there? That's a good,
We're talking about maybe turning it though, so that instead of the office, you know, the front, the way the front is right now, turning it. So the front
it'll
space
take
is
up the same
yeah, it'll take up the same
space,
footprint, but
square
we're
footage.
turning it. And then
That's
making them,
kind of what we're looking at.
that's the office.
So it'll face the event center.
Mhm.
and the event center is going,
Where the exhibit halls are now,
Where the old house,
I should have, oh wait, maybe.
where the old house was.
okay, that's what I had told
Yeah, I
someone
know.
the other day.
Yeah,
That's
and it's gonna
what I
look
had
similar to that with the sloped roof like that, but it will be cutting off the existing kitchen and the conference room area where the exhibit halls are and just going all that way.
Oh.
And it will be, it has, do you remember the square footage?
I don't.
It will have a full size, in fact, we've been meeting with Sabrina to potentially move the senior meals up there for her to be up there with senior meals. We'll have a huge kitchen in it with two rooms that with the expandable wall. So you can have two rooms up to 50 people in each room. So expandable wall, open it up to 100 people, I guess, or more. It will have the end that will roll up. The end of windows that will roll up, that will go out into the grass area, and with a potential silo that will be set up that has open walls, open windows, open walls area that kind of will have like a, I don't want to say, you can turn it into a bar, you can turn it into a wedding venue, you can have it, you can get married in the middle of it, you can do whatever you want in the middle of it, kind of like a little outdoorsy silo with the windmill in the corner. So kind of an industrial event center, venue, meeting area, the whole thing. Yeah, and
So I think the other thing too was, not mentioned, was that the fact that the OSU extension will be sharing that office.
well, we gotta run that through OSU, but that is one of the things we wanted to talk about with the office is to get this updated office. They have to move every fair. And so the whole idea is for county expenses, because the county puts in and actually pays for their rent down at the ESD, is to try and get this office big enough. And we have the design set up for there to be 3 offices, one for the extension agent, one for the 4-H coordinator, and then one for our fair office staff. And then be able to put a small reception area also to have a 4-H secretary or whatever because they have not filled Jessica Barnett's spot since she left. But anyhow, for them to be able to move up there and be up there full time, and then have enough storage for them as well, because they use our fairgrounds more than anybody. I mean, they're constantly using, our kitchen area for 4-H Fridays and, all the time. And this office also has a meeting room on one end, along with storage. So the whole idea is to try and get them up there and be able to move them up there for full time. Yeah, and then they would be able to use the event center, and have it all, whenever they need it for 4-H meeting, because they're using that kitchen area for 4-H meetings all the time and stuff like that. And just to have somebody up there at the fairgrounds for security purposes, all the time. So it'd be wonderful to just have them moved up there, so.
We didn't talk about this before, about you talking about this here, so tell me, no, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
So, but the future of Burns Park.
Yeah, so and Chris and I talked about this, it's a big future, I guess, a big umbrella idea that we've had, is that we've got Burns Park, and then we've got the event center, and then we've got the, potential of this new office and everything, is that our secretary is 1 day a week. And maybe down the road, if things worked out, there would be some way to potentially give that fair secretary more hours. And she would become kind of like an event coordinator, and she would take on the Burns Park reservations. Yeah, reservation stuff, because everybody has to call the maintenance department here in the courthouse. But Sammy gets all the calls up there at our Fair Board office anyhow. Everybody calls the Fair Board office and says, hey, is this where I make the RV reservations? Well, no, it's not. But we get the calls anyhow. So thinking that it would just make sense for all of that Burns Park stuff to get moved up to the fairgrounds. Yeah. And so eventually, maybe when all this comes together, it would just make sense to, potentially put together an event coordinator of some sort to be up there and make it work. So, because I think it's going to get busy and people are going to start wanting to use those rooms, and so.
So you have the event center and that's covered.
Yeah. Well, we're hoping. I haven't got the bids back yet, but the bus barn was one
Under.
Yeah, the bus barn came in under what Jeff thought it was gonna be under bid. And Kirby Naval Hut was one of the, is who got the bid, and they got the partial bid, I think, for the early learning center. And I know that they're wanting to bid on this as well. So we're not, we'll have to wait till the bids come in, but we're hoping that we can get this in there for the 1.3. If not, then we're gonna have to, potentially have county court, come back to the county court and say, okay, this is where it is for the event center. We're gonna have to see where we're at for that. But, and then have county court help us with the office.
Okay, and getting over to the office, that
Yes.
was my next question.
Yeah.
So we're starting out from scratch with no money.
For
Right
the
now.
office, yeah. And then this is the other thing, which we're not sure where legislature is right now on fair funding going forward, because this was something that was brought up, 2 years ago, or I don't know if they're working on again. They keep throwing out emergency management bills at the legislature, because how all of the fairgrounds in the state of Oregon get used for sheltering, reunification,
Right.
All that stuff. And so they keep throwing money out there, trying to find funding formulas for the fairgrounds to get money for emergency, which.
Plus, they're supposed to get lottery funds.
Yeah, and lottery funds too, but I did apply for, to help. I applied for a $222,000 grant through the Lone Rock Fire, which is a hazard mitigation grant, which, we all know how the federal funding is going right now, to get a backup generator put on the event center and AC splits to get put on the existing exhibit halls, because there's no air conditioning in there right now, to help down the road, because we qualified for the hazard mitigation grants because of the Lone Rock Fire. So we'll see if we can get those, which they said a year to 18 months down the road would be, which the way things are going, it could be that long. But also the legislature is determining whether or not we get the lottery funds. So right now, you know, we're capped. We get $53,000 a year from the Department of Ag for fair funding. They're talking about lifting a cap and giving us actual 1%, like we should be getting of lottery funds. If they lift that, we could get $370,000 a year out of the lottery for each fair.
Yeah.
Now, if we were to get that, oh man, we'd be in hog heaven, because then we could actually put a new roof on the beef barn, a new roof on the horse barn, do all sorts of stuff. But there's also a caveat, the Horse Racing Commission wants to go after 20% of that funding, which, hey, you know what, take it. Because then we still get $270,000 a year.
So
you
there's
know,
only three.
there's three fairs in the state of Oregon that have horse races, Crook.
Let's bring horse races to go.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Tillamook, Crook, and I think that there's one other, I can't think of the third one. So anyhow, it'd be 270,000. I'll take 270,000, whatever. So anyhow, it's better than 53.
Like in that instance,
Yeah,
you could help fund the event coordinator with that money too.
exactly. Well, yeah, because we fund our secretary with the 53,000 we have right now. Yeah. Because we take a draw of 40,000 every year, and that pretty much runs the fair.
Yeah.
And the extra 13,000 that we get off of that 53,000 is what pays our secretary. And we barely, I mean, you know, we may roll over a little bit, but we sit on about 50,000, I think is what we roll over every year. And then, so we just kind of, that's just kind of been our little padding in our budget every year, so. But we're hoping the legislature, you know, gives us, maybe lifts that, you know, and I'll be honest with you, we are, with that $150,000 padding we have in our budget, we're better off than some of these other fairs. And I've had contractors come to our fairgrounds and say, oh my gosh, your guys' fairgrounds looks pretty good compared to some of the fairgrounds I've been to. Union County Fairgrounds is just now getting bathrooms, running water and sewer. They haven't even had bathrooms at their fairgrounds.
They're gonna have a special legislative.
Yeah, they're
This is
having,
a union.
yeah, a LeGrand. I was shocked. I couldn't believe the emergency manager told me that. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
We had a conference there a few years ago and we had porta potty.
Yeah, I was like, are you kidding? So, yeah, but, yeah, and a lot of people are like, you're the chairman of the fair board and you're emergency manager too. And I said, yeah, it works hand in hand. Give me the money.
Any other questions for the fair?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm estimating somewhere around $500,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where we're hoping to go, but our office is.
So, but you're not asking anything this year from the budget
I
committee?
think it's
We have
up to the
capital,
county.
funds that we have. some
Okay.
million
Yeah,
in that we could draw from for me too.
but we'd love
Thank
to.
you.
Thank you.
Yep.
The city up there, and I do think of all the economic development too, if we need to use that.
Okay,
All right, Dr. Treasurer.
Back to 13.
All right.
Mr. Nathan.
We got lucky 13 now because of change in numbering system.
Oh, man. There's nothing unlucky about 13.
Okay.
Jeff was born on 15.
That explains a lot.
So was Brooke.
Two of them. All right, so the treasurer's office is the ex officio of treasurer for all the taxing districts. So what that means is the treasurer's office actually works for the state via the taxing districts. No, that's compensated through Trumbull County's cut of taxes, but, so I'm just gonna, just real quick, because we've gone kind of long on some of these, just run through things. So, what's really happened is in the last few years, there's been a pretty big increase in just the amount of auditing and reporting we have to do. So the state, specifically since the pandemic, the state, there's 300% more work to get the audits completed for state compliance for various things. Financial audits, 15% longer. GASB, which is Government Accounting Standard Board. In the last 10 years, we've had a 140% increase in the number of GASB we have to follow. We've got gap pronouncements, which is just something to keep up on. So gaps generally accept accounting principles. We average 12.4 a year, last 10 years. The dollars handled in the treasurer's office is up 53% in the last 10 years. which isn't, it's inflation adjusted, obviously. So if you just look at the amount of, our main thing is just bringing in money, so bringing in invoices and receipts. So receipting is up 26%. The other things, the county court's been real successful at, county court budget committee's part of this too, but just holding back some of the SIP dollars with the recognition that, there's an expiration date. So the money's invested, the treasurer's responsible for is going up 475% the last 10 years. So what I'm asking for that's really different. I'm asking for deputy treasurer, and the main goal is just to help customer service. So I do all the invoicing for contracts, any kind of collections for like monies at the industrial park, or I also do the invoicing for all the SIPs, all those around and out. Treasurer's also responsible for just little bits of reporting here and there on all sorts of things, which we just talked about. So
You also take the general fund, every amount that's here.
yeah,
the
that
department isn't responsible for to make sure that we're collecting that.
right. So the deal really is the treasurer's office, actually, you're only seeing part of the budget. There's another $14 million that's tax funds that comes into my office and goes back out. So realistically, if you spend every dollar that came in, there's still more money that I deal with that, say, the finance director wouldn't have to, or whoever's in charge of AP. So basically my vision is, I haven't read a job description or anything that would use the deputy as someone who could help our customer service and do that through just managing contacts with people. They perform general clerical duties, so I do all the receipting and stuff myself. It'd be nice to have two sets of eyes and all that stuff, just minimize the errors. And then they would also help just do general activities such as preparing documents and proofreading, because I send out stuff sometimes that has errors and I've looked at it multiple times. I like to roll 4 eyes. Also, just assist in accounting and billing, just make sure that our invoicings get paid. And that's usually not an issue, but it could be. And then processing all those payments through the general ledger. And then I would hope, this has been discussed ad nauseum, but I'd hope that we could work on doing some cross-training, AP, payroll, that sort of thing, and then maybe take over some of just the clerical duties. Brooklyn and the county court agree to it, but maybe take over some of just general clerical duties on some of that. So that's really all I got. And I was thinking about the 3 R's when I wrote this, so not reading, writing, arithmetic, but the 3 R's are review, reevaluate, and rebuild. So you should review every year. So I kind of do that, like, okay, what can I do better next year? And then every 2 years, you need to reevaluate. All right, well, here's what we saw from our review. Maybe we need to change this or that. And then 3 to 5 years, you try to rebuild. So things change. So I just showed there's been a lot of changes, just reporting specifically, but also just the amount of money that gets handled, the number of transactions. So I'm in my rebuilding phase. I want to work on doing better with the cross training and just work on reporting, not only generally the money we take in, but maybe help some of the departments do their reporting on their budgets or their grants. So, because I know sometimes this becomes an issue, but we try not to let it be. So that's all I got.
So, when did you, used to have an assistant in there?
Yes.
It hasn't been that long ago.
2021 December was the last month she was in my office. So what it is 3/4 of the time the treasurer's office has had a deputy in the past, and we've been tax collector or not been tax collector. We've been IT or we've not been IT. So it's been this. It's in the past. It isn't exactly a full-time job. You really need something else. But I think we've got a point where it's difficult to go on vacation, let's say, because, the week before vacation, I'm doing a whole bunch of work, and the week after vacation, I'm doing a bunch of work, and I don't really ever feel like I'm 100%. If things are going perfect, I think we manage perfectly well. I manage perfectly well, but I mean, when things aren't going perfect, you start having a log jam pretty quick. And it'd be nice, you know, my goal is really, I operate on this, the 85% rule. So my goal is really 85% of the time, then that gives you some time when customers want to talk, you come in and talk about things, or I guess their constituents, their customers. And I feel like that's something that, okay, I visit a little bit too much sometimes, maybe with people, but it's good. The public, we need to know what the public's temperature is on things. It's important. So.
21 was, you said that was the last time?
Yeah. And I didn't have, originally when I took office as treasurer, there was no deputy. So there was no deputy for about 2.5 years. And then I took tax collection. It's bounced back and forth between the assessor's office and the treasurer's office. And Kelly, when she moved back to assessor's office, loved tax collection. I don't know, that's her deal. And that's fine, we just sent it back over there. And then IT, so I had tax collection and IT. We were using the SD for our IT. And Kelly worked pretty diligently to find a vendor to do that. So I think our level of service and stuff on IT is better than it was, 5 years ago for sure. Specifically since 10 years ago when I started treasurer. And so when those services got moved out, I mean, I didn't feel like I could justify a full-time position. And we talked about creating a finance director anyway, because just the amount of expertise and reporting that's occurred, I mean, in the last 20 plus years I've been an accountant is just outstanding. The stuff I learned in college is so obsolete at this point, other than just real basic things that, having an actual employee that's trained in that's very valuable. And it's difficult, like the assessor's office had this challenge too, it's difficult to get somebody that maybe could turn into the assessor, let's say, because it's really, really specific. Like, there's private assessing is completely different than public. And it'd be really a difficult step from private to public. And it's somewhat the same in the treasurer's office or even accounts. Like, public accounting works quite a bit differently. They don't do fund accounting for starters. I mean, I used to run a business that adjusted for inflation is bigger than Gilliam County, and our budget was 3 pages. And you've seen this document, it's 60 pages, so it's just, yeah, the amount of work and the amount of tracking is staggering compared to them. It seems like we've had more success in maybe hiring, I don't know if I call them entry level, but lower level employees too. And then maybe, the goal is to work them up to grow them into something else. But so that's my spiel. Any questions? I mean, I can answer general questions about my budget.
Questions? I don't have any.
So when you're in Arlington, do people even come in there?
Yeah.
They come into the office, and how do you serve them when you're down there? Because I'd rather see you here 4 days a week than see the customer service up here.
Okay.
But,
yeah, no,
rather than hire.
no, I mean, everything's on the computer pretty much. I mean, I could sit at home, I could be in Hawaii or someplace. Hawaii sounds good.
You have people come in up here though too.
Yeah, people come in up here. The numbers are real even. I have about the same amount come in here as I do in Arlington. And I try to keep real consistent days. So I'm not supposed to be here today. I'm usually here on Tuesday and Thursday, but real consistent days, consistent hours. So they know when to expect me.
People know when you're there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I think
It's
honestly, I think it'd be, this is my personal take on it, but yeah, they totally know when you're there, when you're not. They see your car, and it would be good for all the elected officials, in my opinion, Arlington's half the population, so.
All the money comes from there.
Well, 3/4 of it.
Sheriff's office does it, Veteran Services do it.
Yeah.
Millsite in Arlington.
Veterans Advocates,
Advocates there, Justice Court.
yeah. All right, so the only other thing, since I did add I had a part-time line item back just for tracking purposes with, I don't know, it's material, and then legal counsel, because legal counsel, that's just for tracking purposes too, but occasionally I use legal counsel, and so if it came out of my budget, just be a better reflection of the total cost of my department. It's minimal, I mean, those two I don't even know that I necessarily use them, and then I just held the rest of my expenses the same. So,
The legal counsel, did you say that?
oh, part-time help and legal counsel, yeah, those 2 minutes, but. Oh, well, deputy. That's reinvigorated. Oh, and the deputy treasurer, I put it in at the middle, or I asked Brooklyn to put it in at the middle staff, but my goal really would be, it would be at the bottom.
Yeah.
But it comes down, there's not a lot of slack in my budget, so unlike some of the other budgets, when you start adding just a little bit, it puts me over budget pretty fast. And my slack before has always been schools, conventions, and travel. That's my slack, so it's just to help balance in case, workers' comp or something is not what we expect when we budgeted.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't anticipate spending $50,000 for schools, convention, travel, but. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is surveyor. I think the biggest change in this one is he asked for an increase in his land plan preservation. Survey is 15. Is to continue to find and perpetuate those GLO corners that, from the late 1800s that they used as site markers and historic preservation for that. So that's a $20,000 increase.
Yeah, one of the things when he ran for office, he said he was going to focus on.
I do not believe the legal descriptions that have the big rock down by the bluff on the.
Yeah, right.
That's post number 3.
Yeah, Lee and I both see those there.
So, yeah.
And that comes important, very, very important thing, that it comes with no funding, right? Right. There's nothing,
We
pay for
does
that.
have revenue, very small revenue.
Okay.
If we don't pay a salary for him.
No, the surveyor fees and.
Yeah, so what it is, he's allowed to charge fees, and if you look at 10100, they come in, and then when he sends the fees to me, I send an order to Brooklyn to pay out the fees, so it's just a pass.
Like 10,000 is what the income is, so there is a little income.
Yeah. The rest is, it's a courtesy of the county that we have a surveyor.
Okay.
Is this the same individual or?
And they're elected officials.
Yeah, and he has.
Should say surveyor's office.
His name is Todd.
It should say surveyor
Patterson.
I'm sorry.
So how long has he been our surveyor?
He was elected in 2014, took office in 2015.
Okay, nothing on surveyor. Move on down to senior family services. The only changes on this one is a new line. I guess the transportation used to pay for the office telephone. Now they're moving that out of transportation and into family services. And then sometime in this fiscal year, Veggie RX, it was funded after last fiscal year was adopted, so that's a new line item as well.
It's partially funded, but there was more need than funding, so Gilliam County kicked more money in. Their vouchers for fresh fruits and vegetables, and it helps out our local grocery stores as well.
And then you'll see that local CAC is at 0 because again, you'll see that in 212 when you get to that one.
If senior meals moved up to the event center, there's some rent that's paid. Is it out of this one that we pay the rent right now? Okay. That would be reduced.
Should pay $400 a month to the church.
We like the supporting the church though too. That's kind of the tricky part. It's in the Masonic Hall.
They don't charge it.
They do, it's reporting.
We never paid this on.
We don't pay the site call, they didn't maintain them, I think, count the site doesn't maintain.
I forgot about that.
We need to, yeah, that's a problem.
Well, yeah, we didn't internalize their bank account for the last couple of years.
Yeah, write that down.
I found out when Sabrina told me they were overdrafted and needed money, I was like, oh, they have a bank account, huh?
Yeah. That's the fair.
Like, fair.
But not, a little different than the fair.
Okay.
All right, the next, 20 is nothing. Now the last for the general fund is 9-9.
Okay.
Special non-departmental.
9-9. The wrong way. So we can just take.
Talk about that.
Let's see. Computer programming, Gilliam had an 8% increase, which is what we have there. Under capital outlay, technology and hardware.
But
It says server replacement, but is that the same server we're replacing in this fiscal year? We're doing a server replacement right now.
might be part of it, maybe they didn't think it'd be completed, and then the rest of it's the flight, the GIS.
Right.
No, that's down here in technology.
Oh,
so-
She's
oh,
looking at
I'm
capital
looking
outlay.
wrong.
So there's 3 places where there's technology.
Yeah, this budget's a little confusing.
So there's computer programming maintenance up high, second line down. Then there's the one item in capital outlay. And then there's technology and software and reserves and special payments. So, go ahead.
The capital outlay, I'll check with our IT about that server replacement, but
It might be.
we're doing one right now. And then, nothing else really. The biggest thing that you'll see here is that assessor's 3-year flight increase. That's a pretty big jump in that line item, 550.
So the reason it jumps that much is because Chad and I negotiated with them to pay it all at once, because we get a nice discount.
Mhm.
So instead of just trying to build it up, we just lump sum pay for it. Oh, there he is. Talking about it.
We don't have any questions, so
You want to speak about it?
I really don't have any questions. It's just our flight we do every third year, and it's gotten more expensive. And everything has,
Imagery's better too.
the imagery is much better. Several different. Imagery. For years, we have a lot of changes, and so it becomes, less useful if we don't get any. And it allows us to do tax collection and not have to have another person to do those duties, because we can do a lot of our work from the office without having to drive all over the rural areas.
Every 3?
yeah, as you can see the historic data in there for 22, 23 at 236,000, so. This is 350.
Yeah, we have older flights, but that's when we started. That was the first flights that were purchased since I think our first flight was 2012.
Do you know about this fiber maintenance with inland development? Okay, that we found it's a 20-year agreement, $2,000 a month for fiber that we pay for. And we're bound to that. So that's what the largest percentage of that expense is. Predator control is up because they're adding flights for coyotes. And additional expenses. Audit, you added 5,000, right?
Yeah, that comes from them, they put in their proposal when they do the RFP, they gave us the next 3 years, so that comes from them.
OSU program payment to OSU is down. They're requesting less money than they had budgeted for last year. The digital network Frontier Telenet is a digital switch for the 911 system. It's something that the 3 counties pay for. We have to have. Mormon Cricket Control, Skylar Palmer, the new extension agent, came in, and that may not be used. They just wanted it in the budget. Just they're doing their analysis right now. Veteran services payments, that it actually was 12,500 last year. It just didn't get in the budget like that. So basically, that's those payments and contracts that we have.
We're gonna get a new box, that's why you see that is $15,000. But other than that, the other next thing is the PERS.
PERS, our favorite word, PERS. That's what a cat does. PERS, so I did write something I can read to you if you want me to. So PERS calculates the rate based on historical data adjusted to match upcoming expenses through use of actuarial calculations estimating future liabilities. Brooklyn and I sat through, was that about an hour and a half at conference with a lady who's a self-pronounced PERS nerd, and the summary would be, because you don't care about the rest of it, PERS rates are going to go up. They think in 10 years they'll be approximately double what they are today. Now, whether that's reality or not, we don't know. What we can tell you is they're going to go up July of 2025 or 2026. Excuse me. Five. I was right to begin with. So in the past, Sherry probably remember when she was commissioner, there's what they call an unfunded actuarial liability. So they make these calculations. They're trying to predict what the expense will be in the future for their obligations that they've made today. And my observation would suggest that PERS does a pretty good job at figuring out how much revenue they're going to get. The issue is that figuring out the expenses is unstable. When I say revenue, I mean interest. I don't necessarily mean district revenue. That's a whole nother, PERS is schools, state, county offices, cities. So the actuarial liability really is just the difference between what they need and what they've got, and it gets added into your PERS rate. So they had an incentive in 2019 that we could buy down our PERS rate. There was this carrot stick thing, and we did not get the carrot. We didn't get the stick. That's the problem. So what we did, the summary is what we did in 2019 is we took $4 million and we put it into our side account, they call it. So it's still our money. We earn interest on said money, and then they pay our rates down. So they do a reverse actuarial calculation, and over 20 years, they give us back some of our money and interest to push our rates down. So our rates are depressed roughly half what they would be otherwise. Roughly. It depends on which tier and all this other stuff. But okay, there you go. So there's our rates. So you can see next year they're basically gonna go up like 7% is the goal. So what's the side account worth today? Well, the answer is the side account today is worth $80,000 less than it was 5 years ago, because they use a index of 6.8% as their target investment, and the market's outperformed that. Now, who knows after the last couple of weeks, but they're pretty diversified. They've got stocks and bonds and all kinds of good stuff. They are allowed to invest in things that I'm not allowed to invest in as a treasurer, because I don't have the same level of expertise that those people do. It's a true story. So they can take some risks that I'm not legally allowed to. If you go read ORS 294.035, I cannot invest in securities. It's straight up illegal. Actually, Gilliam County can't. But since we give the money to PERS, the state treasurer, they can invest in that, and the LGIPs invest in some of these sorts of things too, so.
What's this number up here? This reflects 2.4% member direct offset. Is that what this offset that you're discussing here?
No, the yes. No, that's something, that's a different, no, that has to do with that, what's the 6%? IEP, it has to do with that. Because, okay, so PERS was short, so we got the IEP, which is the individual annuity program. It's not individual, because they can redirect part of that IEP to balance PERS. So when PERS was short a few years ago, they redirected a portion of your IEP to backfill the shortfall in PERS. So the question is, why is PERS short? Well, it turns out that you don't have to necessarily pay your whole rate. And if you don't pay your whole rate, it just increases your rates next year. So you're just kicking the can. Well, they saw this as a long-term problem. So they took money from the IEP and backfilled PERS that way. It was a way to increase rates without increasing rates.
So
We're down in the weeds now.
Some of the lowest rates.
Yeah, but we've got real low rates because we've had the ability, because of our finances, to buy an offset. So our rates ought to be more like everybody else's, but ours are real low because we've got this offset.
So the summation of all of this is that now we're gonna put another 5 million.
So my goal is
Yes.
the 5 million wasn't just grasped out of the air. What I did was I took basic inflation from 2019 to present, it's roughly 25%, more or less. And I said, oh, well, 4 times 20, that's 5 million. So my goal is to keep this rate here instead of have this rate, to go back to this rate. So we just make our first cost level.
And yet it's still our money.
But still, that's the important thing. We can't get it back.
Important thing. I get it, little invoices, they're very confusing.
There's-
But there's like 8 of them, and it gives you your UAL credit based, per individual based on whether you want.
Yeah, and once we've paid all our UAL, our unfunded actual liability, you can buy another offset. Now, what I don't know is how much our rates would go down, because you have to pay for an estimate. And I didn't pay for an estimate, but last time they basically got cut in half.
Do they go down immediately, or will it be after the next biennium?
They will go down, it's like, no, I think it takes some time.
Just for 2027, we would see.
We'd see a decrease. Yeah.
There's a
Yeah,
lower
potential.
amount, not necessarily a decrease. but-
So we might pay those higher rates for a year and then they go back down.
Yeah.
Because the state works on, PERS works on, I'm gonna quiet now. It basically, when they calculate those rates are really, I'm gonna say 5 years old. Because they want current data. And I think I'm gonna stop, because
I'll just say the other end of that spectrum, not all counties use PERS,
Mhm.
that's true.
so there's always that.
But-
You don't have to offer.
So it's
And
just,
there might be
it's
a
just
way
better.
to discuss
Well,
that.
even if you discontinue PERS, you still have to pay on the form.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The pensions.
yeah.
And
Which is another component, because PERS, like, we get these GASB 75 statements, which are like 14 pages, and all these numbers, and I thought about bringing one, I thought, it's just gonna make it more confusing. But there's lots of components to PERS, more than just retirement, there's retiree healthcare, so if you're a PERS retiree, you can get, and you're not old enough to qualify for the Medicare, you can get a reduced rate healthcare, and that's really geared towards police and fire more than anybody else, but.
So,
I'm a cheaper employee now that I'm retired for Gilliam County, because Gilliam County doesn't pay the 6%, isn't that
we
correct?
pay the 6%, but we still pay
Mhm.
the 90.
So 6% gets.
Well, and that's the other thing, that you hear about double dipping, so double dipping is basically employees retired, they're collecting PERS, but they still work, and that's basically, we still pay the PERS rate, but we don't have the IAP contribution.
6%.
Yeah.
So I guess my question would be, if that conversation ever came about in the next however many years, that the county didn't want to do PERS, is that $5 million? It'd still just be used to pay, like you're saying, pensions, or does that come?
Well, a portion of it could come back because they're calculating that based
It's still
on,
your money.
yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what the time frame is to get it back, but a lot of our investments, I mean, like LGIP, I could probably get, it's too late today. It'd be Wednesday before we had our money. So we have all that money back. That's a real short-term investment. And then we own a significant number of bonds. Bonds are longer investment. A lot of them are like farm credit bonds. We own a ton of those because they're great. AA plus rated, good interest rates, but there isn't as open of a market for those, so it takes longer to liquidate them. So it'd probably be a month.
But
gotta
you would
find it.
not, this is a budget. We're
Yeah.
not spending the money yet. If we have
No,
questions.
this is just an ask because this is a little different than a normal investment. A normal investment, the treasurer has latitude to just go make it. This is more tied up. This is out and it's outside of what I could normally invest in.
Mhm.
But for us, I think it's a good opportunity. And I mean, last time I used the phrase no brainer a lot, but I've been good this far. And my goal really would be, and I don't know what our purse situation will be in 20 years, my crystal ball is no good. But my goal would be to maybe try to do this every few years and then just be able to roll through instead of, because we're basically almost, I don't want to say we're creating a cliff, but yeah, about 20 years out, your PERS rates will go up significantly, but we don't know that either. Maybe PERS will be super solvent by then.
Also be curious to understand why other counties aren't doing that though.
They don't have the cash. I know the
They
answer to
got enough
that.
cash.
We are, compared to other counties, we're in a very good financial position. I mean, we have about twice, what we expend every year. Not just in cash, but in revenue and cash. So and realistically, like our budget, I mean, that's one of the reasons we've got by on so few accounting staff is we just don't have to focus a lot on, okay, we got these bills coming, we need this timing thing. We were able to let that slide a little bit.
So you mentioned they would do an estimate for a certain cost. Do you know what the cost?
Oh, last time I think it was like $1,500. And then the only other costs, I mean, the actual management costs are really, I mean, I think they're 500, well, I don't know, they're like $500 a year. It's almost nothing. And for professional, man, it's extremely low.
So basically, what we're doing is we're giving them 5 million, and it's like we're buying a bond.
We're buying a reverse annuity is what we're buying.
Yes.
That would be the best description. It's a reverse annuity. And what it is
Our payout, instead of interest, we're getting a lower rate.
well, no, we get interest in cash against our.
We also get interest on our 5 million.
Mm-hmm.
So they're giving us interest.
They're giving us, and their estimates is 6.8. So they're in theory giving us 6.8% interest plus returning our money. Now their 20-year schedule isn't necessarily level. They want you to make it to 20. So the first few years, it's a little more conservative. And then they start dipping into that a little more. So they said specifically the last 5 years, you could end up with large payments.
Okay.
I mean, that's actually their goal. But,
Okay, so we get interest and we get lower rates.
mm-hmm.
So instead of what did you say, 6.8?
No, we don't get interest and lower rates. The rate is lowered because of the interest and.
Okay.
You take the rate and you subtract the.
Yeah, basically, it'd be just like taking the rate and then they're, yeah.
So is that what Grant County did to get their rates so low?
Probably. I don't know. I know, well,
So essentially, we're loaning PERS money so they can become solvent.
Yes.
no, it's our money. It's important. This is an important distinction.
Oh, okay.
We're not loaning anybody. This is our money.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're allowing the use of our money then.
You're allowing the treasury, I guess technically it's not guaranteed, right? So the treasury has used, but none of the LJP is not guaranteed either, or, I mean, that's the local government investment pool, you don't remember, but it's not guaranteed. I mean, the only thing we have is the Bank of East Oregon guarantees us, against problems, but then they don't pay any interest. So.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say they don't pay any interest, but low interest rates. But that's expected, yeah. So that's, and then the other reason this is a good time to do it is because of Dewey's budget. This is actually kind of what I planned was I knew Dewey was gonna realign. No, he's been working on it for years. Yes, Sherry. But no, I figured it was gonna happen this year. So there's $2.5 million that we didn't expend right there that we normally spend. So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So the county court, say, assuming the budget committee, for the county court will make their own list of questions and analysis and
Oh, absolutely.
research before we do it too.
Well, we'll have,
But it's just a budgeted figure, right?
yeah, and then we'd get our estimate, maybe maybe 5 million's more than they'll let us. Or last time they asked us how much we wanted to use in offset, so.
But you will get the estimate.
Oh, I have
Yes,
to.
have to, yeah.
Yeah, because I have to have an estimate so they can
That's
create
what we
the count.
start.
Without a budgeted amount, we can't even do that. So that's all I got. Unless there's any other
Have any
questions.
questions?
Any other questions for Ethan or 499 in
I can't
general?
think of a single question. that would help me.
I've heard all that before, and I still don't.
Perfect, okay. So we just finished with the general fund, it's 11:41. Our lunch is here in the break room if you guys want to do lunch, or do you want to try
Go
and go
through a
through
few
some
more,
to
or go to lunch?
the-
Okay, we can do a few more.
Yeah, let's do
Unless anybody wants, right?
Okay, then let's
Read.
jump up to 205, the weed control fund.
Which one?
Weed control, 205.
205.
This one, there's nothing that's changed, it's all just expected. I think as historically shown, they have not been receiving any reimbursements from state highway or DON. So I think it is continued to be paid by.
So we have a transfer from the SIP funds for this one, right? And that's been done before, right?
But that's what they use to balance the,
Mhm. They get that small amount of money from a weed assessment.
and then the road also transfers in 100,000 every year.
Okay,
But other than that, yeah, their historic data does not show a lot of revenue coming in for this fund. I have no deal in, it's not the easiest to work with.
no,
And they did start their gun program this year, and Mike is working through to get his pilot's license, and at that point, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be this year, but they are expecting, we're hoping to have some revenue.
contracts.
Contracts that they can do if they do great.
Good.
Yeah.
So there's a whole thing with the drones, not to get too far off in the weeds, no pun intended.
Weeds.
But if a drone's over a certain weight to carry enough spray to do some good, then there's a higher level of training.
That's the one that they're doing.
Significant.
Yeah. He's doing the one that's over 55 pounds.
Yeah.
And it's it was like a $3,500 training. He's working with a law firm, and they do everything from his search to his training to giving him his legal advice. I think the only increase in there was,
So then they would be set up to do this for county residents, is that the
I
plan?
think that's the long term.
That'd be
goal,
good.
potentially.
Yeah.
They're just to figure it out.
Yeah,
Don't necessarily think it's this year, but I think that is Mike's, the lead assistance goal is to be able to offer that,
that would be a
which is hopefully bring revenue.
good
Yeah.
service to the community.
Yeah, your higher return per acre crops today more and more.
Yeah.
Grown.
Mhm.
Person and
Yeah,
Anything else? for this?
quite accurate.
Okay. On to 206, which is Gilliam Wheeler Community Corrections. I think this is kind of the same. she's
What
still-
number now?
oh, 206,
206.
community correction.
Anticipation of a retirement, but that's the note that I have is still from the previous year, so that the probation officer salary is still being proposed because she hopes to hire someone to have a period of training before her retirement. So that's why I see that being proposed.
Did she do a narrative? No.
No, she didn't. do it. Yeah, aside from that, I don't have any significant.
No questions?
Or 7 in Parks Department. No significant changes there.
Yeah. He lists some work ahead for the year in his narrative.
And we also, which I don't want to speak for Daryl, but we had briefly talked about, I guess, I got an email about a credit program, the RV license.
Yeah.
Who does that, but they have a grant program. ODOT has a grant program, and Daryl was talking about if he had the help to apply for a grant to work on the pavilion, getting it enclosed.
Oh, that'd be great.
I guess that ODOT hasn't had as many applications in the past, so they haven't had funding to set them in there. And that would be something that would qualify into that, because
Right, that's
totally the park.
between all the finance people, maybe would be a heavy lift to help.
Yeah,
support that.
yeah, for sure. Anything else on 207? 209, industrial park development.
I'll get your help, Nathan, on this, on the leases. So on the upper part, of course, is revenue, and so, the leases, we leased to Omega Morgan for the laydown yard for, have you seen all the wind components out there? So we leased to them. We also have the batch plant leased. And then we have, IBR, sorry, Arden Mills. It's Arden Mills now. So Arden Mills, that's the big concrete building. That was a 20-year lease. Gilliam County owns the building and owned the equipment within it. For anybody that remembers, which I'm sure you do, when that first started, they needed to get off their feet.
Right.
And I believe Laura Pryor brought them here. And so the 20-year lease is expiring in June. We've negotiated a new lease. And with a 5% increase, I believe, but it's a 5-year lease, not a 20-year lease. And so the equipment that was previously leased under a separate agreement, the original 20-year lease had a provision that they are buying equipment during the 20 years. So we did the math to make sure that we were flush with that payment. And so that equipment, there's been a bill of sale and action by the county court to turn that equipment over. So they own equipment now. Then the rail use agreement, we have that as well in the revenue.
That's Waste Management Parks cars on our siding down there.
Mhm.
$3 a car per day. If they send me the data, I invoice it. I do go down and count cars once in a while just for fun. But they're generally pretty.
Well, good. I want you to count them.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Don't always trust them.
I know the party involved.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, owning that building, then as you can see on the expenditure side, is a huge responsibility. And so there's the repairs and maintenance on the building, which is the only building there.
Well, industrial parks, anything, it's the IR building and anything external. So it'd be the lights going in, it's the road,
That's the infrastructure
yeah,
part of that, yeah. Right,
yeah.
Okay.
And then the green lab is on. So
and that's next.
Next one, unless there's anything else.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to put $1.5 million into it this year.
That's, no,
that's the way to balance.
That's just to balance the budget.
Okay,
Mhm. But if there were a major problem with that building, like,
yeah.
you know, the
And
money's
that
there.
building cost over $4 million 20 years ago. That was one of the debts we paid down too, because that, we already borrowed that money from Disney, right? Just worried all that.
So was that the debt we paid down with the SIP money, partly? Okay.
Yes, when I took over as treasurer, we knocked that as quickly as we could.
Any other questions on the industrial park? Greenland, okay. So 20-year covenant is being lifted this year. Also in June. We've been doing the legwork, got the legal backing analysis to be, so that we have the proper document to be released from the covenant. So we have had that drafted, it's gone to EDA, the federal government, and they're analyzing it to make sure that it meets the requirements. There are 3 strings that continue to, the building can't be used for religious purposes, it can't be used for discriminatory purposes, and they want to know what the future use of the building is. And those should be the only 3 strings. But we are all right now identifying the equipment within it, which Gilliam County owns, and the port owns a little bit. We're labeling so that we can, we have descriptions, we have pictures, now we need to get values of all that grain testing equipment so that we can surplus the equipment. Get the equipment out of there, which we could do now, we're working on now. And then hopefully by June, we'll have that release of covenant, get somebody in to clean and do all the repairs. And then it'll be ready for rent. The county court decide, we can rent it at that point.
We have someone interested.
Not specifically.
So what I'll say about FDA when I was working with them is, don't wait for them to give you an answer. Keep asking the question.
We've been working on it since
Stay on that.
for about 9 months. We've been, only has a 2-week reminder.
Good, because they'll change
Mhm.
people and then you don't have that contact and
Especially now. And we do have
Well,
Senator
even
Merkley's
5
office
years
that we are talking to when we have problems. So that's good. Anyway, we hope to rent it this next budget year,
that'll be good.
but it hasn't been friendly to the building to be vacant.
No.
But it's in pretty good shape, actually.
Well, yeah, it's not terrible. It's clean.
The next is public health.
We might want to wait that till after lunch.
Now she wants lunch.
Are you gonna speak on it?
I will, because
Okay.
I have some questions about the amount
Oh, okay,
that's transferring in, so do we want to eat?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
okay.
We're going to adjourn for lunch for 30 minutes. We're gonna call this meeting back to,
I don't think my dad ever.
call the
even
meeting
wanted
back to order
when he lived out there.
and continue with the budget review.
We're now on to 212 public health. I've made some slight adjustments here.
We're at public health now.
Yes.
212 public health.
Okay. I'm right here.
Let's see, the only changes I made from what you guys have is this South Carolina Health District subcontract.
The subcontract, 2609.
35.
Okay.
Oh.
2609, and it's 134, 135.
We're in the public health.
So,
Well.
and that's basically what they said that the environmental health was gonna be, right, 10,800, or did they ever tell us any different?
1,800, yeah, environmental health services.
Where are you on PH services?
Yeah, that's the environmental health would be with the county.
Uh-huh.
And all these came out of the meeting with. Yeah.
So the biggest thing I tell you is it's a guess, because this is, they're in the biennium, so it'll just depend on what when they come out of their
Oh, right.
process. So she's basing it on what she believes it's gonna be, so. But it's, the public health, Gilliam County is a public health authority, but the funds are just going in and out to the health district for them to administer the program, so. Yeah, basically, all the program elements should reflect the same in the expenses and the revenues.
I'm curious to know why, like, community counseling solution is just a large lump sum in and out. And that happens a
Well,
lot.
Because they're actually the mental health authority. Where if the South Gilliam Health District was actually the health authority for Gilliam County, it'd probably go straight to, okay. Just like it used to go to North Central Public Health, because they were their own public health authority. So that's why the money has to come into us
And have
and
all the line
out,
items.
and, yeah, and then go out to them.
Okay.
Is that clear as mud? Yes. It's not, it is not a,
I remember
good
getting
system.
a phone call years ago when we saw this up and basically they said we had to. I mean, they.
Okay. The powers that be set,
Yeah.
state.
So we
Because
set it
the
up
county
for-
is the authority.
But there's very little in this budget. There's very little money, revenue coming in from the county then, is that?
So the only thing that's coming in to the county, from the county, was enough money to cover the contract with the, health district. Because we have to pay the health district a certain amount.
Yeah, we have to have an employee, so we,
Well, and that's under that Daylene,
yeah.
the part-time director salary. But they actually expect the county to give money into that. You know, they don't give you 100% of the program elements.
Oh,
So that money that the health district gets, that helps with, for instance, when they run out of money with WIC, then the county's contribution kicks in and helps with that, about 134,000.
oh, okay.
So that money that was in the health department, general fund 106, is a balance. Did that come from North Central Public Health? It's not coming from,
That one in the health department that said, I don't know
Yeah.
what,
That's it, the transfer from the 106 is just to balance the fund.
yeah.
The balance, this one.
Bunch of money in.
106.
that one that says
Well,
it's just the health department on
Yeah.
it.
Any counseling solution stuff comes out of here.
106 is autopsy, medical.
Okay,
investigations.
wait a second.
So, that just above the expenditures, where it's the 165,154, transfer health.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
okay.
talking about?
I see it. I see it. There is no revenue with it. Okay.
Because normally it would come out of the general fund.
Yeah, and it does.
It does.
I
It says
saw-
general fund 106.
I thought I saw it. Okay, I didn't see. It's okay.
Which now that, it looks like that's including the L-chip money that's down below. Or did that transfer over from the senior services?
That's just, the revenue is going straight into, it's right above the $10,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll have to adjust that transfer for the health once you figure out what. Yep.
Questions on public health?
Is it 155?
So it's not 165, it's 125.
Oh, wait a second. She's fixing something.
There's at 124, 155, 124. Okay.
So there's nothing controversial in this,
No,
No,
it's all pass through money.
okay.
most part, I've asked one more thing. What it was, North Central Public Health, which I don't know if you were here.
We sat on that committee.
Did we pay? Did we contribute?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot.
A lot.
And,
As I
well,
recall,
and
it was a
we
lot.
basically
Because
didn't
we
get
didn't
much
get
for
any
service.
Yeah, we paid a lot and got nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the
I
main.
mean, they would
reason.
tell you, you can come to the Dallas.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I know, for instance, one thing they did, they charged the clinic in Arlington to come to the clinic and do immunizations, charged for the immunizations, and then got
After
the
the
money
county
from
gave
the
them money.
state for it, so.
Gotcha.
That's
They
not
weren't doing
happening
us
now.
any favors, let me tell you.
Okay, 213.
Transportation.
Todd's gone on vacation.
Well, sure, what a convenient time.
Bus bar's underway.
Good job.
And so if we want to take this,
Yeah, I don't think there's anything other than, I think you changed, the job of coordinator and gave her more money.
Which dispatch from transportation dispatch transportation coordinator, with no intentions to hire a dispatcher. So it's just sharing one line item there. We renamed a bunch of funds that, or named it, I guess we didn't rename them, we just added, you know, like we used to do for 35524, which is no more, so now it's 35683, nothing that's really relevant to you guys. They added one new federal equipment grant. Replacement grant.
All funded, grant funding.
Now, if the bus barn comes in under budget, do they get to keep the money?
Oh, probably not.
no,
I'm gonna guess probably
no.
not.
So there'll be a match. You know, the grant is.
I think the
100%
grant,
credit.
does the county have to pay 25%?
We did.
We did a transfer last year for 418,000, which I think is a little bit more than what we will end up matching.
Right.
Oh, so we've already approved the match for this.
Yes. So, and if it's less, we wouldn't get the grant money and our match would be less as well.
Okay,
They're also, though, since it is kind of
Oh, yeah.
under, they're adding a
transfer for capital projects.
The whole project.
That's true. Yeah, they want to pave the whole parking lot and the EV charging, that was an add-on. So I'm gonna add those things.
So they have 2 EV stations they're gonna have out. Are they just the slow ones or are they?
I don't know what the value of those
They're the
are.
fast chargers, but I don't know for sure.
It's fast ones.
I thought it was because the power was
I
questionable.
did, it just.
I think.
And because in our grant is for like two quick chargers plus one slow charger.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
For the,
Going down here.
Mhm.
So are there 4 drivers on payroll now?
Oh, that's good.
And they actually, one of those is hired from Arlington. So they actually have a paid driver, I think, which has been working out well.
Yeah,
the only line item that they, well, an additional line item they added was something for office supplies. And then office furniture equipment increased quite a bit in their capital outlay just because they're getting into.
They're gonna be, right, they're gonna have to furnish.
New building, like a small conference room, so. No big changes there.
economic enhancement. Okay.
Capital project,
232.
Oh, capital projects first.
230 capital project.
Oh, 230 capital project. Skip that.
Oh, wait a minute. Did I leave that? God knows.
It's on the back side of the road equipment replacement.
Oh. Okay,
These are capital projects. It's a place where we have money for large projects. That's where, if we do windows this year in the courthouse, that'll come from. Or, the office at the fairgrounds and or will come out of that.
This was also effective for the change in the ordinance. There's no more transfer from the economic enhancement fund to capital. We did not do a transfer from SIP this year because we used that transfer to fund the general fund. So that 1.5 million that looks like it's been historically made from SIP didn't get made into capital projects. We directed that to do the general fund since the economic enhancement ordinance was adjusted. And there's 6.23 million in there. We don't have any projects
Right.
scheduled right now.
So there's a place for cushion for a project, which is good.
And then you'll also see that North Carolina County Rural Fire Department construction reimbursement is 0, as we talked about when we were doing.
Yeah, so that's where those expenses came from to renovate the new police office.
They had budgeted that revenue line item.
I just
Must
say
be.
Unadjusted.
Can you hear? Okay,
Nothing else in that 230 unless you guys have questions.
No questions.
Which one?
Capital
Or
investments,
just
any
do you have
questions?
any
Oh.
projects anymore? Okay, all right, now into 232.
economic enhancement.
Economic enhancement.
So the narrative,
This is a host fees.
right, this gives you the basis of where the funds come from, it's waste management host fees. When I wrote the narrative, it has increased, it's a annual increase. So now it's $2.68 because of the CPI. It says 261, but the number here was based on 2024 numbers. So, and then that's where those funds come from. So the economic enhancement ordinance, A through M on the narrative explains the percentage allocations. So, and I give a little description about where those funds are being used. Two things I wanted to bring up today. The homestead rebate program is set at $590 and has been kept below $600 throughout its existence. So
Because Brooke doesn't know how to send out a 1099 yet. We haven't sent her back to school.
we've got some really good news about 1099s though from our accountant. If we increase it, we do not have to do 1099s. Really? Because of the type of a payment it is. I think the advice we got, maybe there was new law, new tax law.
I just don't think the question's ever been asked before, and finally I asked because I didn't want to have to try and gather 530 W-9s.
So it's grandfathered in.
So it was just
Grandmother
something
did in
yeah,
this
it's been
case.
done, and now when Chris discussed it, I reached out to our auditor, Senior Luwak. Our auditor specifically, Brad looked at it, plus the lady who does their heads their business. Also looked at it, and they both responded to me, and they both told me that based on what they're seeing in the 1099G, which is the government, and the 1099 Act and miscellaneous, this does not fall under any of those, and there should be no reason for us to issue 1099s for this program.
is it because it's more like a reimbursement for your taxes rather than
It's not,
income?
yeah, it's not an income, it's not a service that they're providing us, it's nothing.
Well, that's true, just free money.
It's just money.
So the incentive for increasing it is homeownership, building a new home. If you receive, my proposal is $1,500 for each eligible household. And that is a great incentive to have people move here and live here. We have $9 million in the fund, and the fund, I have the ordinance itself too, which specifically says Gilliam County finds a decrease in population choosing to reside in own homes in Gilliam County is a serious threat to the economic climate and prospects of economic development in Gilliam County. Gilliam County Court finds that the act of owning and residing in a home in Gilliam County is the basic building block of economic development, that such ownership lends stability to Gilliam County and must be encouraged and promoted.
So right now, just clarifying in my mind here,
Mhm.
right now, we're sitting on 9 million in the homestead rebate
Right.
account.
Mhm.
And we have been taking out, so obviously we have not been taking out as much as we've been taking in.
More goes into the endowment.
What's that?
There's two line items. There's the amount, the line item where the homestead rebate is paid out of,
Yes.
and 11.5% goes into that, and then the homestead rebate endowment earns another 3%.
Okay. But, this, if we go to 1,500, we will still have our 9 million sitting.
The principal is there. We will be using that 11.5%,
Yes.
and then there will be no excess going into the endowment, but the difference will only be interest on the endowment, not the principal.
Right.
So it would be, yeah, the cost is, because many tax bills are not $1,500, so that's just the max. There are a lot of them that are like 1,100, 1,200, 900, 300.
Oh, I
So-
see.
So it's not gonna, I mean,
Not
this-
everybody's gonna
get
get
the 1,500.
It would
It's
only be
just,
those of us who are.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, even at the 600, there isn't a lot of them that don't get him.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they only get what they actual tax liability is.
Right. Right.
So if we did it, we wouldn't have to do it again for a while. That's why I was thinking the 1,500. And it was important to note that the principal wouldn't be,
Yeah.
wouldn't be
Before you were
touched.
getting.
So if you previously had a $600 property tax bill,
Uh-huh.
you would put in the 600 and then you would get 595 back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So basically, a lot of people out there, once we go to 1,500, a lot of people out there are paying absolutely no property taxes then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the money.
And then we have,
Right.
So that was just-
that would be half of mine.
Well, anything,
Is that, you know, that assessor's office.
yeah.
So it will cost, what, $670,000.
Which will be that 11.5%, as Chris was saying, so you won't be touching that 3% that goes into the endowment.
Mm-mm.
So that'll, but you'll still continue to be growing.
Mhm. Received some feedback at both town halls, I think, about getting a return on this windfall for citizens.
Yeah.
So,
Because I think what we have in the budget now, at 590, it was like 28 years we could fund without getting any more money. put into
Yeah,
that fund,
right,
because
right.
we're doing that.
Well, this is well worth our conversation last year when we were talking about this and looking at these
Yeah.
funds that just, we accumulate money.
mhm,
And that don't, and doesn't go
And
anywhere.
then everybody seems to forget that it's just there.
mhm.
Did we do any work on the 400,000 for the codes that we got?
We can't do anything with that.
Somebody can do something.
Damn it, probably they won't let it.
We'll go to the legislature.
Part of the divorce.
It was part of the divorce and it's money we can't touch.
I know it, I know that, but either you remove the 400,000 and forget it.
We
Because,
have to show it. We can't remove it and forget it.
but if you go to the legislature,
Okay, go ahead. I'll pay for
well, I
your
mean,
fuel.
surely, this is ridiculous.
It is
I
ridiculous.
said that last year,
It's utterly ridiculous, and we don't disagree,
yeah.
Okay,
Did you know
but
about,
we'll try to work on that.
did you know about the 400,000?
You
It's
really
been
do.
sitting for 20 years.
No.
No, it hasn't.
No. Well, it feels like it.
We divorced when I was on the
Yes.
commission, and
It
that was
was not,
only
with
5
years ago. Okay, fine, I was overstating it.
okay.
Okay, moving
I have a
on.
couple questions
We'll,
first.
we'll have you spend the interest that we're getting.
We're still in this.
Oh,
fund.
we're still in this fund, still in this
Oh,
fund.
okay.
Wait,
All right, No, go ahead.
go ahead,
And we're moving on from our conversation.
go ahead,
That's
Chris.
fine. Well, now,
Bachelor
just-
homestead rebate, you guys are good with that increase. That's what we're hearing, right?
I wrote it down in the, space provided for setting the,
Okay.
so that,
Oh, on that, when we make the motion, yeah.
so we'll be able to start that this.
That's-
Does that have to go to the county court for the accurate? The budget.
it'll be part of the budget approval.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
the
this-
ordinance specifically says. Right.
all these have to be approved by the council.
This is my favorite. This is in the ordinance currently.
Yeah.
This is the way the ordinance is currently written, and these, the only way this would change is if there were an ordinance change through the county court.
Right, but like you say, the
Yep.
county court has to do that.
Right. So that's the homestead rebate portion, and then the other portion is the change to the early learning sustainability line item is 20%. So at a previous county court meeting, the idea came about to enlist you to talk about this. And I guess in my way of thinking, I would just like the exploration and the discussion about the idea of an internal and an external endowment and people's thoughts on that. The rest of the ordinance and the use of that, to me, probably needs to be the county court. My idea, and I talked to the Condon Early Learning Center, is that that line item should basically say childcare, early learning for all.
Yes, definitely.
And that would be my only suggested change there. But, the internal and external endowment, what I heard was the possibility of taking that $1 million a year, so it's $1 million approximately a year, and have it leave Gilliam County's hands and go to like the Oregon Community Foundation or another entity to manage. And one of the thoughts I had is, well, what's their interest rate, and how long would it take to just live off the interest? What we heard was 19 years, and the interest rate is comparable to what we earn here.
I thought it was, they sent that thing, but I thought it was 10.
It was 19.
They revised it.
Mhm.
So we have the Arlington Ed Foundation has money with the Oregon Community Foundation. Last year was like 4.2%.
Mhm. So if we're earning 4 now, and we can hold on to it just like we do the
Yeah.
homestead rebate program, that's an option.
But once you invest with the Oregon Community, your money's gone.
Yeah,
It's gone.
and I'm totally against that,
Mhm.
because look at where we are with the 400,000 building codes. that we got it back, but we can't do anything with it because it was earmarked for building codes. And so if we put money in to a separate entity and earmark it for childcare, and this government totally blows us up entirely, and the county has to pay for everything, and we've got millions of dollars tucked away somewhere where we can't do anything with it, then what happens?
Mhm.
Can't, if you put it in.
Right, no, I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
Was there, I haven't watched any of the videos or anything, but was there ever discussion of doing like a homestead rebate where there's a certain percentage that goes into
Mhm.
or was it always just 20%? Or did they ever discuss like, oh, 17% is gonna go into like a rebate program, 3% is gonna go into?
No,
It's just,
I can see when we talk about the SIP funds, which are sunsetting, the big one, there will be more, but I don't think we should plan and promise money we don't have in our hands.
Exactly.
So the funding source that the early learning centers and the childcare center in Arlington received is not stable funding. If the expense is out of that line item and the balance goes into an endowment, we can create an endowment line item still. And it earns the same interest no matter what line item it's in. It's still in the LGIP. It's still earning interest. Anyway, anybody else's thoughts?
We
Those are
still
my
have
thoughts.
control of it,
Mhm.
yeah.
Still in our budget.
I guess, was it you? I think you said the Wally question or something anyway, but like I say, I'm new to this, but, looking at this enhancement fees, for one, I do agree. I think the one with early learning, that needs to be tied to childcare in a whole. But the other thing is, especially after the town hall meetings we had, I'm just trying to get some perspective from the budget committee, but I'm like, I'm kind of shocked how much time it's taking the county court to do this, but I guess just thinking outside the box, an idea is, why don't we just delegate more money to like the city of Condon or the city of Arlington? They have different needs. I mean, we all know childcare, housing, yes, we know that's all important. But I don't know, I guess seems like we take a lot of time on this, and I'm concerned with what's coming down the road. We're in a good spot. We do have, this county is very fortunate to have the money we've got. And I guess down the road, I'm thinking, I hate to see that come out of that amount that goes to the general fund. But I know we have money there now. But I don't know. I'm just like, but
Are you thinking maybe let the
those-
cities manage all that?
Well, not all of it, but break it down to some bigger amounts and let them do. I mean, they know, I know like they're gonna maybe get a pool or something different. I mean, they're in a water park in Arlington, different things, but, I don't know, I guess I'm just throwing it out there to kind of.
Well, apparently there is, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Apparently there is some flexibility because Condon's handles their early ed programs differently than Arlington. Is that correct? I mean,
Yeah, there's
there's a
preschools in the
greater
schools in
role.
Arlington, and they're not Head Start in Arlington, but Condon chooses to.
Yeah.
The preschools within their center, and they are Head Start model
Yeah, and there's more involvement apparently with the grade school
in Arlington.
in Arlington than there is up here.
They're totally separate here, whereas in Arlington.
So the host fee agreement says the fund, meaning the Economic Development Fund. So the host fee agreements between Gilliam County and Waste Management, the Economic Development Fund governs the host fees according to these percentages. And it says the funds shall be used only for functions and activities that will enhance the county's economic development opportunities. The development fund is also recognized by Waste Management to be a benefit to waste management by improving the opportunities in the county for waste management and its employees and mitigating any potential negative economic impact. But then it says Gilliam County has full discretion of the fund.
And in my few talks that I've had with waste management, with the bypass, hopefully with the Cedar Springs Road, they're really hoping to, their rail is getting, I don't know, I thought even double, they were hoping to. So we're gonna see this grow, but you know, that's not a guarantee either. You know, this is just the fullest cost on it.
I don't think there's anything that's more challenging. If you look at sitting on hiring people coming into our communities, which I have, what people are looking for, say, as an example, somebody that Brad and I know, Mitch, raised locally, found a partner, and had an opportunity to move back here to work for McGregor. Turned out his partner found an opportunity to work for FSA. So they come into the county, they come back into a place they would like to move back to. And so what questions do they ask when we interview? And the questions are always the same for young couples. And correct me if I'm forgetting any. Housing, obviously, crisis, and a difficult one for government to get involved in. Seems like it's always a boondoggle. But do we have a medical clinic that responds to the needs of their young children? Very, very important. But more important, I think, than anything else is the early ed childcare component, because these are people normally working for at least 4 days a week, 8 to 5, 9 to 6, 7 to 4, whatever. And every single time I've been involved in a hiring situation, do you have early ed for our children, future children? And how do you do it? And then there's 2 or 3 others, but they're not nearly as important as those 3 are the well, the 4th one would be your education program as a whole.
Education, housing.
I have yet to see, and this is no disparagement to anybody. I have yet to see our communities, local government. It's not to say they couldn't, I suppose, but I've yet to see them be able to address this. They don't have, if we push the early ed, we could push it back into the communities and it's just another layer. The money flows to us first, and then we turn around and we send that out to the communities. I'm not saying we're the only people that are experts. We aren't. But I've yet to see it work in smaller communities, and I think what Condon, I don't know about Arlington's situation, but I do know about Condon's, and I'm telling you, we should take pride in that center up here. In comparison with a lot of communities in Oregon, we're very fortunate. Do I look at their budget sometimes and, talking with a local elected official recently, would I like to go in and take a look at their budgets and have a conversation about where they're spending money at times? Absolutely. But
But we're also not here to talk about the order.
No, it's just whether or not.
What do you want to do with the money?
Yeah, it's an internal or an external endowment.
So-
That's really what,
So my question
and
is,
hearing what you think is
Absolutely.
good too.
the $1,060,511 that's proposed,
That's 20%.
That's 20% of the economic enhancement.
20%.
I have 800 and some thousand, I thought, but it's the updated numbers.
Yeah, it's a number that is from, they take the 2024 total data, the total number we received, right, Nathan?
That's the total amount that came in,
And then, isn't that
plus interest,
and gets paid out in August?
the actual amount gets paid out the following August. So that number's actual.
Yeah, it's actual. That's the right, that's the
No, we had a
right.
good year, like I said.
Okay,
I mean,
so,
interest wise and waste management, busy.
Yeah,
so the proposal then is to dedicate 20% to childcare early learning.
mhm. And it's already in the ordinance.
It's in the ordinance, so that's not a big deal.
Mhm.
We create the line item.
Mhm.
Is this money that we're talking about going into the endowment, or this is just a
I think
line item?
It's
that
just a line
we
item, because
would
the ordinance didn't
disperse?
create an endowment.
Right,
So that would be later for us, but I'd like to hear what you think about it, because,
but I don't know how it gets, then how does it get out to,
That's the next question.
Okay,
is Whether
we
we create a
need-
whole separate fund.
right, all we'd have to do is create a separate fund with, just like the homestead rebate has the fund that's paid out of, that all of our checks are paid out of, and then there's the endowment fund that bills. So we could spend out of the line item, and then the balance could go into the endowment, is one idea.
okay?
And just
So
create
with
it
that
as a fund.
idea, this $1,060,511 would go into the fund, so much of it then would go into the endowment, and then so much of it would be available to those entities
Mhm.
to request in what manner and how would they do
Okay,
that?
now, they have said, is it okay if I speak about what we talked about, where you said? Okay, so what she
How do we
said,
get the money, right?
so what she proposed, what Haley from the Condon Early Learning Center proposed is, they would wanted to make sure that they can go ahead and apply for operational support for the next 2 years while it's going to exist, and allow that to build at least for 2 years.
Well, my question would also be, if at that amount, it takes 19 years to be able to pull off the interest,
Mhm.
if we're only actually putting in half that amount or a little bit more,
Yeah,
how long does that take?
You're never gonna get there.
well, I don't think we can do it all.
Yeah.
I just don't see how you can do both.
If you have a stable funding line item, I mean, I guess you gotta triage what you need more.
I mean, I'm looking to you guys, because we all know it's a nationwide crisis. We're doing our best. We have our budget. We're killing on profit, trying to figure out what we can do differently. But at the end of the day, we can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. So we're looking to you, seeing what we have available, and we'll pivot accordingly.
I wonder if the cities would help add to your pot.
Whatever avenue we can.
So I'm just
Yeah,
trying to get clarity here. So you take this million and so much would, but Arlington's part would have to go to the school district because they.
No.
Not, because this is childcare.
Right,
And
but-
childcare's separate, preschool's in the school system.
Right, the early learning or the
Yes,
preschool.
but we're calling it slash because Condon's childcare and early learning are combined.
Okay,
Arlington
They're a nonprofit.
is their
They're their
school
own
portion, they're in the
501c3.
Blackhawk. I think they do good there with their kids in their school. So they're not losing money, at least not today, with their preschool program in the school.
I might be able to clear up some questions with that if you want me to. Because Arlington, they do have preschool promise slots, which is Head Start through their school. Because there's,
That's not federal Head Start though.
well, we have state Head Start as well.
Okay.
Yeah, our federal is early Head Start. So there's, I think there's a lot of things that aren't well understood. If you do have questions.
We better also make sure if we're gonna talk about Arlington, we hear from Arlington. Yeah.
Once the money goes into the fund, the endowment, is it then, it's not then locked in?
Mhm. Well,
So if we get into a
Not
crisis at some
internal.
point, yeah. And the same would be for the property tax rebate.
Exactly. We can
we
change,
have the money.
we can
It'll be
change
out.
this amount anytime we want to,
Mhm.
what we're giving people.
Right.
We do every year.
Yeah,
Which comes to my word is that if we say we're in a crisis and we go, oh, we're gonna pull back, we're gonna drop the funding for the early learning so that they can flounder, and that's my fear, is that down the road, there'll be a court that say, you know, I think we could better spend that money doing this way.
but that's never happened with the property tax rebate. Once the money went in, it's.
Yeah, right.
Well, you never know. If we get into a
That's true.
crisis in
No,
the
that's-
county,
yeah,
You never
yeah.
know anything.
The ordinance
Yeah.
saying.
What happens if we get in a crisis and the roads all fall?
and they
fall
go
apart? Would you
$9
rather,
million?
would you rather have childcare or your road
People here
so
shut
that you
down.
can drive?
Yeah.
So, anyway,
So,
so you're suggesting that this conversation should be carried over to another meeting?
oh, no, it was just some things started to be said about Arlington's preschool and Arlington's program, and they aren't here to answer those questions.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
We're still just trying to decide if
So-
we want to create a separate fund, like the homestead rebate fund. And then still have this early learning sustainability line in there. Whether this is can be withdrawn from, that excess would then go into.
it's a very generous offer.
And what rules
Good
are
stable
there
funding.
for the money, how
Oh,
it's spent?
Well, I think rather than to take a bunch of your time, if you want to go into that, either one of you, we can, but I thought we at a county court level could talk about what changes we want to the ordinance, like childcare / early learning and adding the endowment fund. We can take care of it in the budget now. Those would be the only, and then figure out the parameters on who can apply.
So if we've approved the budget with this 20%,
Mhm,
then the rules and the wherefores and the
mhm,
why comes will come after the.
right.
Yeah, because I think the court needs to, in my opinion, change that heading with the resolution.
Mhm,
And, you know, like I say, we're fortunate to be where we're at, but, and like I say, my concern too is down the road, I'm really worried about emergency services, but that's another thing. But we're in a good spot where we're at now, but there's no guarantee.
No.
And what do you do? I mean, yeah, you have things that, yeah, I mean, it's nice to have, but there's some things we have to have.
yes, well,
Exactly.
we're statutorily charged with doing certain things.
Yes.
Then we may do things if we have extra money.
Yeah.
And this
Right.
is extra money.
Yeah.
To meet a need that applies to the ordinance, that's very, very important. And I just couldn't find a way to create stable funding when the SIPs are rolling off and let it grow for 10 to
Right.
19 years.
Well, we
It
don't
just-
have, we
Where
don't
was
have
the, where
19
was the money
years.
gonna come from in the meantime?
We don't have 19 years. Our child care needs it now. So
Yeah.
That's my concern is if we create an endowment, what good does that do?
Right.
In the immediate. Okay, moving on, that is going to be.
So then
something
we'll
else
also
for you
create
guys
the
to
endowment
worry about.
fund.
So is that what we're?
Are you
doing?
comfortable with
We're
creating the
creating a 237 or whatever. and then-
childcare?
That could be a next
Endowment.
year thing, because we didn't have a balance, we just spend out that line
Oh.
this year, do it next year.
Because it's earning the same interest.
Yeah.
So we could correct it in the next year's budget with the actual endowment.
I'm not ready to be
Okay,
tied to an endowment,
Okay.
but that's just me. I
okay.
don't know.
We could just
I think
Expand
there's
out
so
of the-
many, I think there's so much more we need to
Mhm.
piece out before we get to that
Okay.
point. That putting the money in there and saying, we're dedicating money
Uh-huh,
to childcare and early learning.
and it's in the budget, and it's available to
Figure
spend.
it out and try to make it as equitable as possible.
This was the,
But are we saving it for the rainy day and still letting them get grant funds? That's what my question is like,
for the next
okay,
2
we're
years.
leaving it there, but we're not gonna expend any money out of it.
Mhm.
So shouldn't it
Yeah.
just be moved into an endowment type fund, other than just an expense line in the budget where
I
they
think
go?
for it to be comfortable, like you're saying, if you want to be able to see a line there in the next year when the beginning fund balance is being added with
Yeah.
interest on top of it, I can see that, having it in a separate fund for comfortability and understandability. But
I mean, my preference would be for it to be in the outside endowment, but if it can't be in, if we can't agree with that, then I would at least like it to be in an internal endowment.
And does it need to be called endowment, or is it just a?
Yeah, well, is that what
The homestead
that's what the
rebate.
homestead
Just
rebate
like the
is.
homestead rebate. You have, so this was the description in the ordinance under rationale, but it's not in the distribution. Hold on. So in the distribution, this one, in the ordinance, this is where it says early learning sustainability line item. Okay, that's what we have now, and that's what's there. But then when you go to the rationale, it says early learning sustainability to support a permanent endowment, which helps ensure affordable access to early learning services at regulated high-quality early learning providers for Gilliam County children ages 0 to 5. Why just 0 to 5? It needs to be, to me, more broad.
Well, it should be at least 8 and maybe 10, just listing
After
people.
school.
Yeah.
After school to cover the gap from 3 in the afternoon or 4 or
Right.
whatever until 5 or 6.
Right. So I think we
I
have,
think there's work to be done, but I guess I'm not opposed to that going into being called an endowment, just like the homestead rebate.
right.
I'm fine.
And
Okay,
moving it
so then
on
we
with
just
that.
move it from the line item straight to the endowment.
It would create a transfer.
It would just create a transfer, which you can work on now, just a transfer, just like homestead rebate, and then just create the fund with the one line item in it.
And then we need to make the resolution change too.
And then, yeah, we'll have to
And then
amend
we need to
this.
work through some of that.
That will be, yeah, coming up.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. We're having a good conversation.
I'm sorry, the least.
This line item up there.
Right.
Not in the least.
Yeah, we still need to leave the line item and then have a transfer.
The transfer will be the excess, but this year, since we're not, since they still can apply for their operational.
Yeah.
support, our transfer is gonna be-
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yep. Yep, we're getting there. Yep.
And this line item should be.
Actually, we've already done
Yeah.
families after those things, so
Yeah.
we're.
We didn't cover it,
And then the
right?
SIPs. And we did, yeah.
Okay, so do you have any other questions on the economic enhancement? So, you see the road department has some 15.5% workforce housing, economic development projects, north and south and special projects, and whatever doesn't get spent out of those goes or carries over year to year. And then the one that says revolving transition fund is if the landfill were to close, there's funds for that. And then small business development is the small business development grants. Huh?
Involving law enforcement, yeah.
Yeah, I thought there was enough to,
You've got to take the total from last year and add on the expected revenue for this year.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I should have
okay.
said that earlier. It should be like 900,000. That's why it's revolving.
That's a big difference.
It's a big difference.
Revolving,
So
law
if it's
enforcement.
revolving law
No.
enforcement, yeah, but if it's revolving, why wouldn't that?
Yeah, because that got taken
Revolving
out
law
when they changed the
enforcement was
ordinance.
removed.
But it got removed, but if there's something. in
It
the
revolves,
prior-
it ought to be whatever the remaining balance was from last year. There's just no more money going in the law.
I don't think I gathered that from your spreadsheet, but maybe we,
I'm sorry, I probably didn't make it clear.
So it's basically about 900,000, right? Then that's
Yeah.
where it's at.
where is it? That's why, oh,
Took the
okay,
money out of it.
we'll put 900.
Gary said he didn't even.
Yeah, Gary Okay.
Let's see if I can find it.
It probably wasn't clear or was off the edge because she was
Okay.
in narrow, remember?
Oh.
It's gotta be shared.
Okay, so do you think 900,000 is a reasonable amount to put in there?
Well, I'll get you the exact number.
Okay,
I know it's on a calculator sheet.
Good.
okay,
Revolving. Okay, so on the law enforcement, we'll have to, what's that? Okay, so it's just, we just will need to make the transfer.
That's in the economic
That's in zero.
enhancement you're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm. So it's 1% here. So any other questions?
Seems a law enforcement, it was 2%, 2% a year?
Before,
I think so, something like that.
but that was no, there's none this year. But the amount that was budgeted last year just will need to be transferred. Okay. Yeah. So the only problem, only issue is the revolving transition fund, and then they'll get us that number before we're done. Okay, is there anything else in the economic enhancement?
I think so.
Okay, wind energy 6. Okay, so. Host fees, sorry. And waste host fees.
CWMO fees.
Yeah, they bring in a little bit of money. There's an agreement with them too, which will be done at the same time that the waste management agreement is done. No big changes there. Okay,
So there's $940,000.
uh-huh.
And is some of that gonna be used in for the new road?
No, that's in the road fund.
The $50,000 transfer to the road department is.
Oh, right, sorry about that.
So out of this $940,000, Arlington and Condon get $41,000 and the rest of it
Unappropriated and fund balances because the way the agreement was written.
just sits there and
Yeah.
does nothing?
What, can the agreement be amended, or is there other things in the agreement?
It could be amended. We can work on amending it for a specific purpose,
Cause
like
there's $940,000, Wally, I'm getting Wally in on this
helping
one.
the childcare.
But nobody's doing anything with it, just sitting there.
That's all of it. That's all it is ever.
Yes, I'm upset
Yeah,
now.
good. You
Good,
could
I
probably,
wanted to get
let's
you
think
where I
about
thought.
that. Uh-huh.
It's not 400,000,
No,
it's 940,000 that we could touch.
That's right. Think outside the box on that, we will. Gotta be.
Yeah, well, how much was unappropriated in the economic development? Because I lost my second page.
Well, you know, when I think about the economic enhancement fund, I think about the swimming pool, and I think about the development
There you go.
project,
And the
those
one
kinds
that
of things that we
have-
have.
The ordinance.
So we're gonna need some money for a big project like that. That's, you know, but
Yeah, so
we need to start doing it.
here's
Or
some money.
the match for the fiber project.
Nobody
Go.
complained.
We had. Or,
So we ended up with 9 and now.
and did you hear that, Leah? Leah, like, you know, the swimming pool, housing development project. If Arlington needs a new, childcare, fiber to match, you know, all those kinds of things we can use out of that.
Just mute.
Wind energy 6,
We did the fair, wind energy chips.
Shepherd's Plat. The agreement has 2 years remaining, ending in 27.
So, sorry,
I've got to back up.
if we don't put it into some line item, though, we can't take it out of the unappropriated in any
Right.
fund balance, right?
Unappropriated, yeah.
Supplemental, probably. If
Supplemental.
once throughout the year, if we decide something,
Mhm.
project that we want to do.
So we could pull it out then.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. But we have like $6 million in that, wasn't it the capital projects fund too, in addition to this, so. And then there's 3.5 in one of these as well. Okay, so yeah, you can go on. Okay, Shepherd's Plat, 2 years remaining, so the bulk of the SIP agreements is that agreement. So 3.2 and change is paid to Gilliam County annually in discretionary fees for Shepherd's Plat. One time it was the biggest wind farm in the world, I don't know if it still is. And then the other one, Montag, is the other agreement. So those are the only two agreements that are happening right now for wind energy SIPs. So we signed an agreement on the repower, but that won't start for Leaning Juniper 2 until the project starts. So that's gonna be a little while, but it shouldn't be as long as new
So they
construction.
don't have
They said
to,
like 9 months or something like that.
Mhm.
they don't have to finish the project for it to kick in? I mean.
Oh, if
Well,
possible.
that's-
Mhm.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just don't, the money doesn't start flowing when you sign the agreement, I guess
Right,
is what I
right,
was trying
right.
to say.
Okay, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I
Yeah.
thought, yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then on Montag, when you read the SIP agreement in the fine print, oh, $400,000 drops off after this year. Oh, wow. Okay, glad to know that. And then the community service fees are fees that go to the districts. And there's percentages out of, and Gilliam County, because it's all code area 4. So it's North Cemetery, North Health, North Fire, and Gilliam County, is that it? And Fort. Yeah, so they all get community service fees that flow through the treasurer's office,
So I
and he
ordered
pays
it,
them out.
doesn't SIP, the treasurer ordered it distributed, it's in lieu of the tax.
So of our Gilliam County's community service fee, we have historically shared half of that with the city of Condon and the city of Arlington. There's no agreement for that, but that's how that's been done. And then on the expenses, it shows what has been paid out of those. The one thing that was really important for us, if you look at the actual revenue and expenses, is that we were getting a lot less than we were budgeting. So that's been corrected. We're not doing that, but we also need to watch it down below on the expense side for the competitive grants, because we have previous competitive grants for projects that aren't completed yet and current competitive grants. So we're not earning as much as we're spending currently, which there's a balance, and there's been years we haven't spent as much as has been available in the grant funds. So I think it's gonna balance out. The transfer to the general fund is for that, basically because of the PERS. So. You know, I went back and looked at the minutes from when they decided to do this way with the competitive grants. And I think they modeled it after the North and South End special projects, maybe, and they thought this was a way to equalize some things in the North and the South, since the South was getting the community service fee and the tax benefit. And I think it served the community well in a lot of ways. But I also think going forward, there's been some sustainability requests in competitive grants that's caused some heartburn. And I finally decided, first of all, that a lot of the people who had concerns weren't here when these agreements were made. They don't know where the money comes from. They don't know the origin or that it will sunset. But I think even after Shepherd's Flat's done, we should have Montag, and then we should have the new agreement, at least for now, before the big one comes in Arlington, which could be a while. I think we could create a healthcare sustainability line item as well. so that Summit Springs and the health district could ask, they're asking for the same amount of money every year, and they need help. We need them, and they need each other.
Yes.
So if we created a healthcare sustainability line item or something within this, rather than putting their money into a competitive grant program we have to apply for and worry about getting every year.
I think they're as important as the childcare, the early learning. We're taking care of our people as youth, we're taking care of them in their age, and everybody needs help.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I would like to
totally
see
agree
that
with
in the future,
Yeah, I think that's
after we get through this 2 years of this competitive grant program, and then reevaluate what we want to do.
yeah, because we know they're gonna ask for money, so why do we
Yeah.
continue to?
Right.
I'm gonna need help.
Because those were the 4 that were, that need, that are not, that need sustainability money.
Yeah.
You know, they're asking for operation money.
Yep, I agree.
So I think that's a solution.
Yeah.
That they would, I also talked to them, both South and Sun Springs, and they thought that was a good solution.
I didn't realize how many Summit Springs employees they have.
Oh, yeah, they have a lot of employees and they're 24/7.
Yeah, we got 24/7 and memory care is very difficult.
And memory care doesn't sustain.
I don't think I'll live long enough to make it there, but
Right.
Right.
They don't want.
No, it's an excellent facility. Wally and I could end up there someday, not together.
Some people would say I should be moving over there right now.
Anything else in wind energy SIP? So she mentioned the transfers just because of the way that, like the road doesn't need that transfer. Capital projects didn't need that transfer. They didn't have it.
Okay.
Library.
I agree on all of that. I don't like, to be real honest, I don't like them in the competitive.
Right, no,
They don't belong there.
no, we can
They're
actually
just trying to continue to operate.
Yeah,
fix
they're
it
just-
next year.
Having to ask
Wherever
for it,
there's money, you know.
yeah, having to ask for it like that is done.
We can fix it in budget next year. We already started the grant program this year. We can fix it next year and just,
Yeah.
I think we really want to do that,
Okay, the library 236.
provided you like, you'll still want to.
Library?
Yeah, library 236.
I'm not sure I've got that one.
Yeah, you do. It's 236,
Oh,
down there a way,
just-
just gotta find it. Think for it, Wally.
The only additions here were they had an IGA with the common school anyways, they've had it for a while, and now we're just budgeting it within their fund, $11,000, and then as discussed when we did 103, we moved the intern / youth workers to. Everything's basic, I think she's getting a grant that she hasn't normally got. Yeah, $1,000 grant that she hasn't gotten in the past.
So as long as we're, talking about the library and asking for funds every year to become, remain sustainable. Not sure we should think about Arlington Library becoming some, I know they want to be, to continue to be independent of the county.
And does
Jim
this,
might have
I
an
agree.
update
So
for us.
we had a meeting,
Oh, the library boards.
library boards and Mary,
So top of
Mitchell,
Marcus
Mary
line.
Reeser, and then Jeff Upton and Denise were there. And I was there, and they're talking. So to see if maybe they could come under one umbrella.
I know Marty said that they have been having those
Yeah.
conversations.
So those conversations
That would
are
be-
still taking place, so.
Because Mary's gonna.
Because right now, I
Mary
think,
Mitchell's going to
yeah,
hire
she is July.
Oh, already.
June.
Okay, June.
Wow.
June, maybe, yeah.
Soon.
yeah, because I didn't know if the city of Arlington supported them either way also.
They're still
They do.
considered, yeah.
They do,
They
yeah,
do.
because I see that,
So they're responsible, they give them their building, I think they pay for their utilities, and then they give them 45,000, and then the county gives them, what, 25,000,
the last
so.
3-4 years, yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
we wrote that in because they kept coming for grant money and
Yeah,
Mhm.
we didn't
Okay.
think that was equitable. So that's why we wrote that.
it'd be nice if we could get
So,
one
yeah.
umbrella.
So we had a meeting and then Jeff and Denise were gonna go back to the city council and the boards were gonna go back to their respective boards and I don't know where it has went from there, but they are talking about it, so.
That's good.
But Mary asked me when she was doing the budget, what she should do about it, and I said, just
Yeah.
create your budget like it hasn't happened yet,
yeah.
so.
For sure.
And they have a transfer from SIP discretionary too, so, you know, they're in a special fund, just like the fair board is, because they have their own board. Is our understanding, so.
Okay, 237, court security. The only big change there, we moved the fire monitoring payments to courthouse maintenance fund. And then aside from that, there's no changes. They're hoping to do some updates to the courtroom this year with their.
They're still
capital outlay.
doing that, haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I think Gary really wants it done now, so I
Well,
think he's gonna drive
Gary
it.
really wanted it done 5 years ago, so yeah.
Yeah,
I think we have maybe the right people in the room this time.
I think so too. Yeah. Yeah.
And else 237 though, was 238 law library. No changes there.
That is what it is, can't do anything with that.
239 is nothing, 240 is nothing. Special projects we already did, so now we're at code 310.
$420,000.
I already.
Oh wait, sorry, building codes.
Yeah.
That one's not phased out yet, but.
I'm sorry.
building codes, You all know, nothing there.
420, didn't she?
You can go do some inspections for $420,000.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll go inspect something.
We did 301, which was the road special project, so now we're at 310, assessment taxation fund. Nothing,
No, that is what it is, right?
Tax collector turned over to the county.
Yeah.
It's turned over to the state.
Yeah, that is what it is, we don't have anything with that,
State is your control of that.
right?
Who? The 400?
No, we moved on.
we're on tax.
It's kind of like 410 over here. So it's actually revenue.
So now we're, the last one is 326, homestead rebate endowment. So you'll
$9
see
million.
that the transfer from excess homestead, we would just transfer, this year we don't have anything, and then from the economic enhancement, is that bottom one, that's
The
the
3%.
3% for the rebate.
Okay,
And then so then the child care fund would look
Very similar.
328, child care endowment, beginning fund balance would be that $1,060,000.
$511.
Yeah.
Transfer in, yes, transfer in will be.
Have a spend one.
Yeah,
We're
just like,
in.
Better you just transfer it into that fund.
I think I can check mine now.
Yeah,
Because
because
how
we-
can she update it?
I just want them to be able to see that there's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be good for them to see it.
But the issue is, you can't, if you left it the way it is there, you're not gonna see what's spent, you can see it all spent.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
Right.
okay.
So if you transfer it in and then spend it out of that one. you can see what was spent.
Where it went.
Whichever.
Okay, we have come to the end of the line.
Okay.
So,
The options are, we either reconvene next Monday, or you break for a while, and then we come back, and I can try and.
and you could give us a bottom line.
Bottom line.
Okay, I call the meeting back to order.
Okay. Does it balance? That's the question I have, Brooke.
Are we rounding it up?
But
All, everything balances, this is our checks and our. All funds plus the new 328.
328 was created. There you go. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to set the homestead rebate percentage and maximum amount for the 25-26 fiscal year?
There is a sample motion on the
Second.
agenda.
Okay, I move to set the homestay rebate for fiscal year 2025-2026 at 100% of the property tax bill, not to exceed a maximum of $1,500 per qualifying homestead.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any oppositions? None, motion passes. Second motion.
I move to approve the 2025-2026 budget in the amount of $88,781,705 and to certify the total ad valorem property tax in the amount of 3.845 per $1,000 of the assessed value.
Second.
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 Sorry.
All in
All
favor?
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Who did it, end up being second?
Give Brad.
Yeah.
And then we task Chris and Sherry with coming in front of us next year, shifting funds, the health funds from, that's the next big
Yeah.
step within the budget,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm. Healthcare sustainability.
Yes, there you go.
Mhm.
Like that,
Yeah.
get it out of that
Mhm.
where it
Yes.
doesn't belong.
We gotta take care of
We
our
took care of the,
elders and our little.
Yes,
we do.
yes.
Built into the spec.
yeah,
But some of us have little, and some of us are old.
Some of
Oh,
us,
I was looking at you, Molly.
Oh, sure
And the
you were.
meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much,
Oh,
everyone, for all
good.
your hard
Don't
work.
have a
Yes.
meeting next week and
No
then the
meeting.
plan is for it to be adopted or reviewed and adopted at the May 7th board meeting here in Concord.
Very
Right.
good,
There we go.
excellent.
budget hearing and adoption the same day, right? Okay, good.
I think you're doing a good job.
She's
Gil.
doing amazing.
Thank you.
She's a godsend.
We're all doing a good job.
And Leah hired her.
Good job, Leah. All by yourself?
I tell people I'm like,